Chapter 388. Originally, Xiao Han was indifferent. He only wished to return to the Yaoxia Pagoda, enter an spiritual house, and break through to the expanded Meridian realm. He had no other wish. Even when the ancient powerhouse, the white-robed swordsman, was arrogant in front of Xiao Han dismissed it with a smile. However, a group of old antiques rushed out and wanted to beat Xiao Han into a member of the demon clan without any reason. They wanted to kill Xiao Han. This directly touched Xiao Han's reverse scale. Xiao Han's current state of mind was extremely extreme. The demon egg was broken, and the demon god was about to be born. Once the demon god was born, and Xiao Han had not cultivated blade intent to godly mastery, he would be powerless, and he would definitely die. However, Xiao Han knew his own situation. To be able to successfully comprehend blade intent to godly mastery, and thus defeat the demon god's soul, was extremely unlikely. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han could stand here today, but whether he could still stand here in a few years, or even more than a decade later, was already unpredictable. Under such circumstances, touching Xiao Han's bottom line, and causing him to be deeply agitated, it would not be surprising that he would do something lawless, and break the rules and order. Xiao Han was enraged at this moment. Killing intent exploded in his heart. There was no longer any apprehension in his heart. It could be said that there were no taboos. Ridiculous! Xiao Han roared, his voice shaking the surroundings. A bunch of ridiculous people. Just a bunch of talisman formation realm cultivators, and you dare to accuse me, Xiao Han, of a groundless crime? Courting death. That's completely courting death. Fine, I'll count to 3, and those who block me will die. 1, 2. Huh. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the group of old antiques was first stunned, and then they laughed out in anger. Ha 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 ha. Bastard. You don't know what's good for you. You dare to roar in front of the Yaoxia Pagoda? For thousands of years, this was something that had never happened before. Good, you're good. Now, even if you're really that Xiao Han, you've committed a crime worthy of death. You'll definitely die. There is no one in this world who can save your life. Provoking the Yaoxia Pagoda is a heinous crime that cannot be redeemed even if you die 10,000 times. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han lowered his head slightly and his shoulders trembled slightly. A strange sound came from his throat. On his left arm, the tattoo of the demonic emperor's palm kept squirming. The destructive power contained within it was stirring, conveying a bloodthirsty desire. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with brutality and viciousness. He tightly clenched his fists and tightly restrained himself. He softly muttered, 3. The thousands of chivalrous men present were all shocked. It was simply incomparable. In the history of the chivalrous demon world of this plane, countless geniuses had emerged, and many giants had been born. The wind and clouds surged, and heroes came forth in large numbers. However, there had never been a chivalrous hero who dared to say that he wanted to kill a senior chivalrous hero in front of the chivalrous hero tower. Absolutely not. Xiao Han, this was the first time in history. This was indeed a sin that would implicate the entire clan. For a moment, Xiao Han was no different from a dead man in the hearts of the thousands of heroes. These heroes were also quickly sending voice transmissions to each other, too arrogant. This time, Xiao Han's only path was death. If he really has been wronged, he can appeal to the higher-ups and wait for the judgment. But now, he actually threatened to kill someone. This is disregarding the rules of the chivalrous hero tower. Yes, even the top 10 extraordinary figures on the chivalrous hero ranking, the giants of the ages, dare not say such words. You are really stupid. You did not see the situation clearly. These senior chivalrous heroes wanted to suppress Xiao Han as soon as they appeared. Heh. The subtle relationship between them is not something we can imagine. I admire Xiao Han's backbone. He is proud and indomitable, and unwilling to be oppressed. However, it is a pity that he will be executed on the spot today and die here. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. Your viciousness is too strong. People like you are a cancer to our chivalrous world. We must get rid of you. Look at you. You are ignorant and incompetent. You did not cultivate your true chi, which caused your true chi cultivation to be in a mess. Instead, you chose to use the methods of the demon clan. This is chi deviation and you have gone astray. An old antique looked at Xiao Han in a strange way. Provoking the chivalrous hero tower. Hee, now we will execute you casually. You, the Cloud sect, have nothing to say. Ha 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 ha. Oh. You finally admit that I am Xiao Han of the human clan? Xiao Han laughed coldly. What did you say just now? You put the hat of the silver masked demon emperor on me as soon as you arrived. You confuse black and white and invert right and wrong. What is the difference between you and the real evil sects? Cut the crap. Another old antique looked at Xiao Han viciously. Now we admit that you are Xiao Han. So what? What is your identity and what is our identity? If I remember correctly, you are only ranked 1650 on the chivalrous hero ranking. You are far from being a giant of the ages. With this identity, you are worlds apart from us. Even if we suppress you and grind down your spirit, it is reasonable. We are giving you advice. How dare you say that you want to kill us? That is a capital crime. Alright, Xiao Han, your cultivation is too weak. Kneel down and accept your death. That way, you can die with dignity. In that case. Xiao Han no longer restrained himself. His muscles, tendons, bones, and blood began to surge. His crazy battle intent rose steadily. His killing intent could not be restrained. Enough. Xiao Han. Do you really want to go against the veteran chivalrous heroes? Suddenly, the white-robed swordsman, the giant of the ages, took a step forward. He looked at Xiao Han coldly. You overestimate yourself. A person can be arrogant, but he must have the ability to be arrogant. You. Get out of my way. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han suddenly struck with his left hand. It should be known that if he did not use the demon monarch palm in his left arm, Xiao Han's flesh shell was strong, but it was still not enough to deal with the giant of the ages. Therefore, when Xiao Han attacked, he completely released the demon monarch palm in his left arm. In an instant, a fiendish aura appeared on Xiao Han's left arm. With a wave of his hand, the void was obliterated. The giant of the ages did not even have time to react and was directly sent flying by Xiao Han. Bang! Countless spaces shattered like glass. The white-robed swordsman was sent flying 1,000 meters away. His entire body was embedded in the cracks of the shattered space. He kept twitching, vomiting blood, becoming dispirited, and fainting, and this was because Xiao Han had been merciful. He did not even use 1/10 of the power of the monarch beast's palm, which was why he did not kill him directly. One slap sent an ancient giant of the ages flying as if he was swatting a fly. This caused all the chivalrous heroes' brains to freeze, and their thoughts to completely stop. They all looked at Xiao Han in a daze. At the same time, more and more chivalrous heroes flew out of the chivalrous hero pagoda. All of them floated in the void and stared at Xiao Han. Moreover, at the very top of the chivalrous hero pagoda, countless powerful spiritual fluctuations swept out and observed the chaotic situation. Xiao Han was not afraid. You're so noisy. You're just an ancient giant, a piece of trash in the talisman transformation realm. How dare you talk arrogantly in front of me? Xiao Han slowly raised his head, and his eyes flashed with madness and killing intent. Evildoer. As expected, he directly used the power of the demon clan. Your whole body is full of evil chi. Our chivalrous world takes the responsibility of killing the demon clan and saving the people from disaster. How can we tolerate the existence of an evil demon like you? Today, I will personally kill the demon clan. On behalf of the entire chivalrous world, I will clean up the sect. Suddenly, a red-faced old antique took a step forward, and the wind and clouds surged. His whole body was filled with true chi, and the true chi formed all kinds of great arrays, crushing the ages and destroying the 9 provinces. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and his murderous intent was surging. As he spoke, he suddenly moved. His 5 fingers brushed the air, and the space immediately condensed. True chi flowed out of his fingertips like magic, and in an instant, they formed a cage made of true chi, directly enveloping Xiao Han. The cage was engraved with dense arrays. Strong lightning, flames, storms, and all kinds of talisman arrays formed the ultimate killing technique, suppressing the ages, and attacked Xiao Han. This attack, the red-faced old antique almost used all his strength. He did not hold back. On one hand, he still valued Xiao Han's endless strange methods very much, and he did not want to be careless and cause an unexpected failure. On the other hand, Xiao Han had killed many of the disciples that he had personally cultivated and placed high hopes on, which made his resentment towards Xiao Han very deep. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were exceptionally red, and he directly killed Xiao Han in an instant. He wanted to kill Xiao Han in an instant and burn his bones to ashes. This was the strongest attack of a figure in the talisman formation realm at the 8th level of true chi. For a moment, strong winds rose in the square, and hurricanes whistled. The momentum was terrifying, as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. It caused the spectators in the square to feel a chill in their hearts, and their bodies could not help but be blown away in all directions. Many of the spectators could not help but be shocked. Too strong. The attack of a talisman formation realm is too strong. This Xiao Han is dead for sure. He's going to be killed in an instant. And inside the Yaoxia Pagoda, the hidden figures who were scanning the area with their spirit waves also let out a sigh. 8th level true chi, talisman formation realm. Is there a need to use all his strength to attack a youth who has not yet expanded his meridian points? This is too ridiculous. At this moment, within the attack range of the red-faced old antique, Xiao Han's black hair and clothes fluttered, but his body still did not move. His face was indifferent, and the corner of his mouth slightly moved as he murmured. Talisman formation realm. Indeed, he is much stronger than that talisman transformation realm powerhouse. Yes, Shangguan Wudi said. When he was at the peak of the talisman formation realm, the formation he set up with true talismans had a pure true chi strength of about 3 billion cauldrons. With his peerless true chi divine art, the yin-yang shattering great true chi, one attack could reach the limit of more than 10 billion cauldrons. Both ghosts and gods would be destroyed. How can this old bastard in front of me be mentioned in the same breath as Shangguan Wudi? Even if he is at the talisman formation realm, his pure true chi strength is only about 1 billion cauldrons. With a true chi divine art, it is only about 3 billion cauldrons. So weak. To deal with this kind of trash, I don't even need to use demonic techniques. Die. Boom. Suddenly, Xiao Han's left demon god palm was completely released. 600,000 demon veins surged at the same time. A huge force burst out from the demon god palm. This force was like thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time, like thousands of auroras appearing in the sky, like a raging ocean, submerging the earth, like an ancient god descending to punish and anger. Splat. The red-faced antique's true chi attack was instantly crushed by Xiao Han's left demon god palm. The next moment, Xiao Han's body moved slightly. Like an ancient giant, his aura imposing, his eyes flashing like lightning, his killing intent dense, his left demon god palm grabbed again. 600,000 demon veins had been awakened in Xiao Han's left demon god palm, and the capacity of each one was 150 times that of an ordinary demon emperor bloodline. Therefore, when he grabbed with all his strength, the force of 9 billion cauldrons pierced through the sky and crushed the earth. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's left demon god palm pierced through the air, and all the air currents gathered toward it. Light distorted. The true chi storm created by the red-faced antique was instantly extinguished in the square. The air in the square became incomparably dry. The thousands of fiend warriors all felt a sense of dread. All they could feel was that Xiao Han's left hand was filled with demon chi that could blot out the sun, pluck the stars and grab the moon. Before anyone could react, Shao Han grabbed the red-faced antique in his hand. The heavens took pity on him. The red-faced antique's neck was tightly gripped by Shao Han's left hand. His entire body was lifted into the air as if he was being hung in the air. His legs kept kicking, but he couldn't use any of his true chi or divine skills. You, evil creature, you. The red-faced antique's eyes popped out of their sockets. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't even process what was happening. He never thought that Shao Han's methods would be so ferocious and tyrannical. In his eyes, Shao Han was nothing more than a greenhorn with a slightly stronger body, and a terrible cultivation of Jin Qi. He knew a few demonic spells, but his demonic power could not compete with a real human warrior. He was just a young boy, so there was nothing to worry about. As for the red-faced old man himself, he had long since entered the talisman formation realm. His true chi was filled with talismans that could be combined into a formation. A casual strike of his would have the force of several billion cauldrons. It was so domineering that it could easily crush a mountain range into powder. He didn't think that Shao Han could pose any threat to him. But now, he realized that he was completely wrong. He broke my strongest true chi divine skill in an instant. He's like taking a stroll in the park. Demon chi. It's even more terrifying than that of a mutated demon emperor. I was wrong. I'm not his match at all. The red-faced old antique only came to his senses when he was tightly gripped by Shao Han. A kind of realization surged in his heart. At this time, more than a dozen senior demons who had rushed out with the red-faced old antique to punish Shao Han. Just a moment ago, their faces were filled with the joy of revenge and sinister smiles. But now, such smiles had completely frozen on their faces, as if they were stillborn. Their expressions became very comical. All of them stared at Shao Han, at the red-faced old antique who was being gripped like a little chick. The next moment, Shao Han. What are you doing? Don't be reckless. Let go of him. Roar. Shao Han, evil creature. You're courting death. Do you know what our status in the Demon Hero Pagoda is? The Pagoda Master and the Elders are in seclusion and have handed over all the matters of the Demon Hero Pagoda to us. Now, we have the highest decision-making power in the Demon Hero Pagoda. Don't be reckless. Let him go. Let him go. Don't make a big mistake. If you dare to kill, then your family will be implicated. These senior demons, one by one, roared hysterically, all pointed at Shao Han, gnashing their teeth and cursing. However, for fear of hurting the innocent, they didn't dare to rush forward to save their companions. Shao Han. If you dare to act recklessly, we will never let you go. You devil. You killed so many of our disciples in the Demon Hero trial, and even Garen died in your hands. You still think it's not enough, and now you want to kill our old friends? You offended your superiors, and you don't know your place. You won't have a good end. Oh. So you're the master of Garen and his group. No wonder you want to suppress me. So that's why. At this time, Shao Han suddenly realized. So you're all my enemies. Shao Han looked at the red-faced antique in his hand with a tyrannical smile. He loosened his left hand slightly and said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, Garen was your favorite student. You painstakingly raised him, but he died at my hands. You must hate me to the bone, don't you? The red-faced old antique was released by Shao Han. Although his throat was still grabbed by Shao Han, the strength of Shao Han's left hand had been greatly weakened, and it seemed that he wanted to put him down. Hee. Of course we hate you to the core. Shao Han, you still don't dare to kill me. Hee. Since ancient times, no one has dared to kill in front of the Demon Hero Pagoda. This is impossible. The red-faced old antique was relieved. Heh. Who said I don't dare to kill you? Suddenly, Shao Han smiled. The power of the Demon Emperor's left arm was suddenly activated. Just a squeeze. Bang! The red-faced old antique's body exploded all at once. He didn't even have time to scream, and his whole body exploded. In an instant, all the true chi, true acupoints, bones, meridians, blood, flesh, and soul scattered in all directions, turning into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 389. Under the watchful eyes of the public. In front of the Yaoxia Tower that would never fall. The holy land of the Yaoxia of this plain. Shao Han killed a senior Yaoxia. This senior Yaoxia was at the 8th level of true Qi and was at the talisman formation realm. He was also a powerful figure in the past, and his ranking was much higher than Li Fanming's. Then, he went into seclusion and gave up his ranking on the Yaoxia ranking list. He was in charge of the trivial matters in the Yaoxia Tower. But now, he had fallen. He had died at the hands of Shao Han. Shocking. Shao Han's actions had shocked the world. The thousands of Yaoxia present were all scared out of their wits, and their legs were trembling. Even some of the real experts hiding in the Yaoxia Tower were dumbfounded. Shao Han's actions were simply too cruel. Simply audacious to the extreme. Throughout history, nothing like this had ever happened in the Yaoxia world of this plane. Even the Yaoxia who hated each other had to apply to the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower if they wanted to fight to the death. Only after getting approval would they fight in the arena of the Yaoxia Tower. Private fights were never allowed. But Shao Han killed without hesitation. He was rampant to the extreme. He was also arrogant to the extreme. He completely ignored the rules. Kill him. Kill this beast. This little beast is more of a demon than a demon. He has completely betrayed the Yaoxia Tower. Kill him. More than 10 senior Yaoxia were furious at the same time. Madness. Resentment. Heart-tearing roar. Hysteria. The entire square in front of the Yaoxia Tower was immediately turned upside down. The next moment, these senior Yaoxia all seemed to regard Shao Han as an ultimate mutated demon emperor, and they all displayed what they had learned in their lives. He had used all of his trump cards. For a moment, the entire void was filled with true Qi runes like stars. All kinds of formations emerged one after another, and the divine light that reached the sky intertwined. Everywhere the true Qi passed, there was destruction. More than 10 8th-level true Qi cultivators at the Talisman Formation realm launched a fatal attack at Shao Han at the same time. This was definitely not a trivial matter. It had to be known that these Seal Formation realm experts were not Shao Han's match one-on-one, but if they worked together and attacked together, the outcome would be hard to predict. Even the ultimate mutated demon emperor, who had wreaked havoc in the world, would find it difficult to escape unscathed in the face of such an attack. The space in the square in front of the fiendish hero pagoda was sealed. Danger lurked in every direction, killing was taking place everywhere. Time and space trembled, the clouds moved in all directions, and the sky changed color. Kill. Kill them all together. Everyone had the right to punish this monster. Kill them. A veteran chivalrous hero roared and instigated the other chivalrous heroes in the square to attack together and kill Shao Han. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of demon warriors attacked Shao Han. However, Shao Han did not budge in the face of this crazy attack. As for Shao Han's demonic the arch palm on his left arm, the demonic power had already been pushed to the extreme. I have never faced so many powerful opponents before. Kill. Kill them all. Since you want to kill me, Shao Han, then you must pay a painful price. Die. Shao Han's qi and blood were surging. At this moment, his life was at its most intense. In this situation, he could only crush them on the spot. If he gave in blindly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Anyway, he had already killed one. Killing one was killing, killing two was killing. Killing 100 was still killing. Yellow and black demon pagoda, come out. Destroy all things. Kill them all. Swoosh, a yellow and black demon pagoda instantly appeared in Shao Han's left palm. This demon pagoda emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy all things. A blurry demonic mist lingered around the pagoda. The pagoda was 9 stories tall. Vaguely, one could see tens of thousands of demons in the pagoda. They were wearing yellow robes, sitting cross-legged and chanting piously. The sound of Sanskrit was lingering in the air, and the demonic songs were light and graceful. Suddenly, Xiao Han poured his demonic power into the yellow and black demon pagoda. The demon pagoda expanded in the wind. In an instant, it rose from the ground to the sky and reached a height of nearly 1,000 zhang. Boom! The yellow and black demon pagoda shook in the air. The space within a radius of several hundred acres had completely collapsed from the tremors. The light became chaotic, distorted, and shattered. At this moment, Xiao Han's demon, the arch palm on his left arm, had awakened 600,000 demonic veins, reaching the ultimate mutation. This yellow and black demon pagoda's demonic technique had also increased in power. A slight use of it had the power of 15 billion cauldrons. 15 billion cauldrons of power was suppressed just like that. Boom! All the true chi, true talismans, and talisman arrays that were attacking Xiao Han were shattered and shattered. In the square, the densely packed fiends fell to the ground like papier-mâché. They were sent flying, retreating, vomiting blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. The dozen or so veteran fiends and talisman formation realm antiques also retreated rapidly. Their blood and chi were shaken to the point that their true chi was scattered, and they could not gather their true chi for a while. Xiao Han's lips curled into an evil sneer. He took out the heavenly desolation demon fruit from his storage ring and fused it with the demon, the arch palm tattoo on his left arm to replenish his demonic power. At the same time, he slowly walked into the chaotic crowd. You veteran fiends and antiques are just a bunch of chickens and dogs that bully the weak and fear the strong. How dare you scheme against me? The fiend hero trial was conducted fairly. Those disciples of yours were arrogant and overbearing. In the competition, there were deaths and injuries. It's normal. I, Xiao Han, did not cheat. Even the upper echelons of the Fiend Hero Pagoda did not pursue this matter too much. Yet, you guys dare to act arrogantly and try to kill me in public? Since that's the case, I don't care anymore. I won't hold back anymore. Kill, all of you, die. Xiao Han was already in an extreme state. Now that he had been provoked and started killing, there was no way to stop him. What was done could not be undone. He might as well go all out. Rumble. Xiao Han moved to the side of a veteran fiend who was vomiting blood and retreating. He slapped the veteran demon, the arch palm on his left arm, directly on the chest of the fiend hero. The fiend hero's body split open, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and true chi burst out of his body. Bang! Xiao Han suddenly grabbed a veteran fiend hero with his left hand and crushed him into pieces. Whoosh! Xiao Han flipped his left hand and the demon saber of annihilation appeared in his hand. The demonic saber light flew out like snowflakes. The movement of death seeped into the depths of the hearts of every fiend hero in the chaos square. Xiao Han wandered around the square like a god of death. Every time he attacked, he would kill a veteran fiend hero. He first took out the black-yellow demon pagoda and shook it. Although the power of 15 billion cauldrons did not directly shatter the fiend heroes in the square, it scattered their true chi, making it impossible for them to condense again in a short time. Now, every time Xiao Han made a move, he would not miss. There was almost no effective resistance. Not only did he kill the veteran fiend heroes, but he also killed the ordinary fiend heroes who dared to attack Xiao Han. No. You can't kill me. That's disgraceful. Disgraceful. 10,000 years ago, I was already an ancient giant. In the fiend hero world, I was respected based on seniority. You. Crack. An old fiend hero's neck was directly broken by Xiao Han. I can't accept this. I am at the 8th level true chi talisman formation realm. I can still live for countless years and have a long life. I can enjoy the glory, splendor, wealth and indulgence in the mortal world. I don't want to die. A veteran fiend hero was beaten into pieces and died completely. I am Qin Tianfeng. I have traveled across the 4 seas and killed countless demon race in my life. In the human world, I am also a tyrant. I kill whoever I want. If I want any treasure, I will directly plunder it. Usually, only I kill people. No one else kills me. But today, why was I killed by a little bastard who still smells of his mother's milk? Fate is unfair. The heavenly Tao is unfair. A veteran fiend hero's head exploded by Xiao Han. In the blink of an eye, there were already 9 veteran fiends and 11 ordinary fiends who tried to attack Xiao Han. They all fell down without a complete corpse. Xiao Han's eyes were red from killing. He killed until the sky turned dark. Now, there were only 5 senior chivalrous heroes left. All of them retreated. They were so angry that their guts were about to explode. Their eye sockets were about to split open, and blood spurted out. But fear and despair soon drowned them. They had never seen such a crazy person like Xiao Han. He actually started a massacre in front of the fiend hero pagoda that never fell. He was invincible and unstoppable. After killing so many fiends. This Xiao Han is even more of a demon race than a demon race. He is no longer a human, but an ancient giant. Quickly, an eternal giant has appeared. Suppress this evildoer. Eternal giants, appear. Otherwise, everyone here will be killed by him. A veteran fiend crazily barked as he retreated. Die, Xiao Han took a step forward and slammed his palm on his chest. The body of the veteran fiend hero exploded and shattered into pieces on the ground. Ancient giant, quickly appear. Quickly appear. Evildoer. A veteran fiend hero wailed loudly. In the next moment, Xiao Han grabbed him with his left hand and pinched his neck. Just when Xiao Han was about to pinch this veteran fiend hero to death, the entire square suddenly seemed to have stopped for a moment. A supreme and majestic voice immediately came out. Enough. Young boy, his temperament is even more ferocious than the demons of the demon race. Moreover, he has mastered demonic power that surpasses the ultimate variant demon emperor. Originally, I didn't want to care about these trivial matters, but this is too much. Too presumptuous. Suddenly, an aura that swept through the heaven and earth appeared in the square. A person wearing a white robe with an invincible majestic aura appeared. This person looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. Behind him, there were true talismans and formation arrays that were shining with golden light. In the void, there was a vague image of a god that was sitting there and chanting. In the ears of those who heard it, there was a kind of pious and pure power of faith. Ancient giant. An ancient giant had finally appeared. The so-called ancient giant, like Shangguan Wudi and Leng Qinxiu, were all existences at the peak of true Qi realm. This kind of person could really be said to have traveled the 3,000 boundless worlds, swept through the 9 provinces, explored many unknowns, came and went unhindered, and in a flash, the heaven and earth changed color and the clouds surged. Ancient giant. Ancient giant, you have finally appeared. Now, apart from the veteran fiend hero in Xiao Han's hand, there were only 3 veteran fiends left. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead, gnashing their teeth and howling. Ancient giant, please uphold justice. This Xiao Han has already lost his mind. It's infuriating. You've seen it with your own eyes. He's slaughtering crazily. His actions have betrayed the Yaoxia Pagoda and the entire human race. He's a demon. You also saw the means of his demon race. The ancient giant snorted coldly, and a formless soul storm swept out, shocking the veteran fiends so much that they couldn't say a word. All of you, shut up. I have my own plans for this matter. I already know what happened. If you didn't want to harm Xiao Han's life, he wouldn't have gone crazy. Now it seems that the disciples that you trained in the past, such as Garen, are really trash compared to Xiao Han. The ancient giant snorted coldly. Then, he looked at Xiao Han again, and a strong spiritual pressure covered Xiao Han. Xiao Han, although they were at fault first, you are courting death by killing like this. The fiend hero world has its own rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Without law and discipline, the world will be in chaos. Now that you have done such a thing, it is rare to see such a thing. After the Tower Master and the Elders come out, they will definitely punish you severely. Not only you, but even your sect, the Cloud sect, and the Crow sect will also have to bear the responsibility. Now, surrender and wait for your punishment. What else do you have to say? Heh. This time, even in the face of the ancient giant, Xiao Han was still calm and collected. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. These people only had themselves to blame for their deaths. If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me just now. If I didn't have the strength, I would have been dead by now. If I died, will you, an ancient giant, come out and uphold justice? Will you avenge me and punish these old bastards who use their official position to avenge private wrongs and distort the truth? The ancient giant was startled by Xiao Han's words. Don't think that just because you are an ancient giant, you can come out and uphold justice. I have always been a kind person. This time, I have returned to the monster metropolis to enter the monster hero pagoda and borrow a psyche room to break through to level 6 true chi and expand my meridians. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. My request isn't too much, right? The ancient giant frowned and didn't say anything. Alright, ancient giant, I'll give you face now. I won't kill the remaining few old beasts for now. Now, make way for me. I'm going to enter the Yao Xia pagoda and find a psyche house to break through to the next realm, Xiao Han said generously. I have accumulated enough. Breaking through this time is no small matter. Who knows, I might be the one to expand my meridians the most in the history of the human race. Don't get in my way. Ridiculous. The ancient giant roared. You want to enter the monster hero pagoda to cultivate after killing so many people? What, you want to stop me? Xiao Han laughed. Xiao Han, your strength is indeed terrifying. Ordinary ancient giants can no longer suppress you. However, you are still too inexperienced in front of me. Now, surrender and don't negotiate with me. The ancient giant said coldly. I have dignity. Don't force me to make a move. Suddenly, Xiao Han's gaze swept across the entire square. In the square, there were thousands of monsters trembling in fear. All of them looked at Xiao Han with fear in their eyes. However, these monsters believed that now that the ancient giant was here, the situation was definitely under control. Xiao Han could no longer start a massacre. I still want to negotiate with you. Xiao Han smiled. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. The ancient giant laughed mockingly. Xiao Han, I think there is something wrong with your brain. What do you want? You are an ancient giant with 10th level true chi. With my current strength, it is indeed difficult, very difficult, to defeat you. Moreover, if I really fight you, I will most likely be defeated and run away. However, Xiao Han said word by word. In this square, there are a total of 3,287 monsters. Since I have already started a massacre, then killing one is killing two is also killing. Killing 3287 is also killing. Suddenly, Xiao Han's aura surged. Ancient giant, listen to me. Now, I, Xiao Han, will give you two choices. 1. Let me enter the monster hero pagoda and prepare the best spirit house for me. I want to expand my meridians. 2. I am temporarily unable to fight against you, but it is not difficult to kill all the monsters in this square. If you insist on making things difficult for me, then I will kill everyone here. And then escape. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The ancient authority threw his head back and burst out laughing, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Xiao Han, if I say you're an idiot, then you really are. You have the ability to kill in front of me? Ha 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 ha. Before you attack me, I am still confident that I can kill everyone here. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Clean. Do you want to try? Xiao Han smiled slightly, full of evil aura. If these monsters die because of your choice, then I am afraid that when the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Pagoda pursue the matter, you will not be able to escape the blame, right? To be continued, updated fast, pure text high-speed first release of the latest chapter of The Monster God. This chapter is chapter 389 Negotiating with the Ancient Giant. 53_178 address. Chapter 390. Ancient Giant, this time, Xiao Han, will enter the Demon Hero Pagoda to find the Spirit House and cultivate. I must expand my meridians. If you want to stop me, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Xiao Han looked at the Ancient Giant coldly. His mind was not affected by the Ancient Giant's invincible aura. Instead, he was neither humble nor arrogant, neither slow, neither arrogant nor impatient. The palm of the demon monarch on his left arm emitted a strong demonic light. The demonic power in the 600,000 demonic meridians had been replenished. The demonic power surged into the 12th Demon Emperor crystal like a torrent. One demon city. It was known as the strongest demon monarch of the demon metropolis, the demon monarch's natal demon technique, one demon city. By now, this one demon city technique could be regarded as Xiao Han's most powerful technique. His trump card. This one demon city was about 100,000 miles long and 100,000 miles wide, which was equivalent to a country in the mortal world. In this city, there were 81 illusory maze formations, 49 offensive formations, and 25 defensive formations sealed inside. Once any living beings entered the city, Xiao Han could just activate some illusory maze arrays to trap them in the city. Moreover, Xiao Han could activate the offensive arrays to attack them at will. Moreover, every move of the living beings in the city was under Xiao Han's perfect control. Even if they were whispering to each other, they couldn't hide it from Xiao Han. Xiao Han can also create buildings, mountains, plants, palaces, oceans, and so on, by consuming demonic power. Humph. As long as I activate this demon city, I can trap all the chivalrous heroes here, including the Ancient Giant. Then, I can pour demonic energy into it and activate the 81 illusory maze formation. Even if the Ancient Giant's true chi cultivation base is strong enough to break through my demon city, it will take some time. During this time, the ordinary chivalrous heroes will be trapped in the demon city like chickens and ducks, completely defenseless. Xiao Han's heart was filled with confidence. Of course, Xiao Han was only saying this to scare the Ancient Giant. If Xiao Han really wanted to kill these demons who had no grudges against him, Xiao Han would definitely not do so. And now, the thousands of ordinary heroes on the scene all looked at Xiao Han as if they had seen a ghost. There was no doubt that Xiao Han had become the first person in this plane to break the rules of the Devil Hero realm since ancient times. This was unprecedented. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. He went on a killing spree in front of the Yaoxia Pagoda and killed a group of veteran Yaoxia antiques. But now, he was negotiating with a nearly invincible powerhouse of the primordial era, completely disregarding the prestige of the primordial era's powerhouse and speaking with confidence and composure. TSK, in the mortal world, every single one of them was an existence akin to a living immortal. In the mortal world, the mortals had built numerous temples to worship these eternal giants. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions, trillions of living beings viewed these ancient giants as spiritual sustenance. Although it could be said that Xiao Han was unscrupulous, cruel, bloodthirsty, and boundlessly domineering, killing the demon heroes at the level of the Yaoxia Pagoda was like picking up grass. However, the difference between the eternal giants and the primordial era's powerhouses was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, Xiao Han was roaring at an eternal giant. All the ordinary demon heroes on the square, and even some of the hidden figures who were hiding in the Yaoxia Pagoda with profound auras, were stunned by Xiao Han's behavior. A young man who had a fortuitous encounter but did not necessarily have any foundation and had just risen to power in recent years actually dared to challenge the legendary eternal giant who had stood for countless years. The world was simply turned upside down. It was as ridiculous as a farmer telling an emperor that he wanted to take away his throne. Oh. A hint of murderous intent flashed across the eyes of the eternal giant. He seemed to be very curious as he glanced at Xiao Han and murmured. Xiao Han, I think you're sick in the head. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you can kill someone under my nose? To be an idiot like you, you're really strange. I've been in the Jianghu for a long time and I've seen countless people. I've examined countless geniuses and geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen a madman like you. The eternal giant flicked his fingernails and expressed his disdain. In the next moment, a few ordinary demon heroes jumped out immediately. Their faces were filled with excitement and they wanted to flatter the eternal giant. They roared and scolded Xiao Han, "How dare you? Xiao Han, who do you think you are? How dare you talk back to the eternal giant? Xiao Han, you're bullying the weak and killing people here. This is already a heinous crime. You must die. Not only do you not know how to repent, but you're also stubborn. A person like you is not far from death." The eternal giant respected his identity and didn't suppress you in front of you. He only asked you to be executed and admit your guilt. Are you deaf? What an arrogant and shameless person. But this eternal giant really has good self-restraint. If it was me, I would have slapped him to death long ago. He wants to kill us in front of the eternal giant. He's daydreaming. Fine. You want to kill us? Come and kill us. I also want to see how he's going to kill people under the eternal giant's nose. Hundreds of demon heroes actually barked at Xiao Han. You keep saying that you want to kill us. Come and kill us then. Come and kill us then. You're bragging to this extent. You're really shameless. Enough, Xiao Han. I don't want to care about this trivial matter. But you've gone too far today. Your temperament has already turned into a demon. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and admit your guilt. Let me capture you and wait for the Tower Master and the elders to come out of seclusion to judge you. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to personally kill you and turn you into ashes. The eternal giant gave his last warning. Looks like there's no room for discussion. Xiao Han looked at the ancient giant. In the next moment, Xiao Han's gaze swept across the group of chattering ordinary heroes. A cold, cruel, and resentful expression instantly spread out from Xiao Han's eyes. Then, let's play. Eternal giant, you'll pay for what you've done. Die. One demon city. Take control of everything. Boom! Xiao Han instantly activated the one demon city. All the demon power in the 600,000 demon meridians were poured into the 12th demon emperor crystal. In an instant, a strange sound erupted from the center of Xiao Han's left demon emperor's palm. It was a frivolous and strange demon clan song. It was sad, melancholic, heartbroken, the last elegy, the movement of dusk, dense demonic chi and mysterious demonic clan talismans came crashing down from the 9 heavens. The demon aura was chaotic, ancient, strange, and peculiar. It was filled with the vicissitudes of history. It was ancient, simple, and dilapidated. But, it did not have any lethality. It did not have any lethality. Ah! I'm surrounded by demon aura. What's going on? That's strange. This demon aura does not have any lethality. What's going on? The vision of all the demon heroes blurred. They only felt that the space had been turned upside down, and all they could see was the demon aura. What the hell? Despicable demon race tricks, break for me. The ancient giant let out a ferocious roar in the chaos. The true energy in his body shook, and countless demon auras were scattered by his true energy. However, even more demon auras surrounded him. The next moment, time and space seemed to stop. All the demon auras disappeared. At this moment, heaven and earth changed. The ancient giant and the thousands of heroes in the square were all in the same city at the same time. The city was deathly silent. The city was very large, but there was no sign of life. The ancient modeled city walls, the dusty streets, and on both sides of the streets, there were empty restaurants, rouge shops, wineries, and a vulgar and dilapidated stronghold called Full Spring Courtyard. There were also weapon shops, stables, and pill shops that emitted the lingering fragrance of medicinal herbs. When the wind blew, there were broken red lanterns flying all over the street. Going around the long street, there were some rotten bones scattered in the corners. Beside the bones were alms bowls, bamboo poles, and other tools used for begging. In the city, there was yellow sand and cold wind blowing. There was also a red mist surging in all directions, blocking one's vision. The entire city was filled with a declining atmosphere. However, some of the prosperity of the past still remained. Walking to a random residential area, one could see some mansions with red lacquered doors. There were many mighty guardian lions and guardian piccio outside the doors, but they were all lying on the side. Inside the house, the flowers and plants were withered, but from the furnishings in the house, it was clear that the owner of the house was rich and luxurious. A demon city had finally opened. It trapped all the demons and the ancient tycoon within it. At this moment, the ancient giant, "What's going on? I'm trapped in a demon city." The ancient giant began to feel nervous. He walked on an empty long street, and when he stepped on the bluestone pavement, there was a pa sound. It should be a demonic technique similar to an illusion, but it can't trap me. The corner of the ancient giant's mouth flashed a mocking smile. Suddenly, he released his mental energy. As long as I find Xiao Han, or find the core that supplies this demon city with demonic energy, I can kill Xiao Han or destroy the core of this demon city. Kill Xiao Han or destroy the core of this demon city. That way, we can break this demon technique. However, when the ancient giant released his mental energy, he was lost. His mental energy was like a clay ox entering the sea, there was no more sound. One had to know that with this ancient giant's cultivation, a slight release of his mental energy was enough to cover a mountain, river, or an empire, spanning more than 1,000,000 kilometers. But now, his psyche waves could only scan an area of less than 10 miles. Beyond 10 miles, the mental energy completely dissipated. He was lost. Damn it. There's a maze illusion near my body. There's a total of 50 mazes. They surrounded me layer by layer. Very quickly, the ancient giant understood the situation. Break for me. Boom, a ray of primordial god light shot out from the giant's palm and landed on the nearby space. Ripples spread out and a shattering sound came from the space around him. The ancient giant truly lived up to his name. He immediately found the exact location of the 50 mazes and was prepared to destroy them one by one. To destroy one maze, I need about an hour. 50 mazes, that's a total of 25 hours. The ancient giant frowned. How troublesome. At this moment, ancient giant, welcome to my world. Suddenly, Xiao Han's shadow appeared above the city. Ancient giant, you're very powerful indeed. You can find the location of the mazes and destroy them. However, even if you use all your strength, it'll still take a long time to destroy these mazes, right? Xiao Han. The ancient giant was enraged. He felt that he had been toyed with. Don't be too full of yourself. This little trick of yours isn't enough to harm me yet. It's a piece of cake for me to destroy these boring mazes. All I need is a bit of time. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han let out a mocking laugh. Yes, you can destroy these mazes. However, I'm constantly replenishing my demonic energy. When you destroy a maze, my demonic energy can repair the maze. In other words, as long as I'm willing, as long as my demonic energy can be replenished, I can trap you for 1.5 years without a problem. Ha 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 ha. Is it fun? Yes, the ancient giant needed about 25 hours to destroy the 50 mazes that Xiao Han had placed on him. That's right. However, this was under the premise that Xiao Han did not repair the mazes. If the ancient giant continued to destroy them while Xiao Han repaired them, he would be able to trap the ancient giant for a long time. On top of that, Xiao Han could also activate an offensive array to harass the ancient giants. Alright, let's not waste any more time. As soon as Xiao Han's voice faded, pooh, 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 pooh. In the sky above the city, there were continuous sounds of explosions. Then, one image after another appeared. In every image, there was an ordinary demon warrior walking on the streets of the city, in the villas, in the residences, in the ruins of the palaces. However, they were all trapped and none of them could walk out. There were a total of 3,287 images. It showed that there were currently 3,287 ordinary demon heroes trapped in this demon city. Listen, ancient giant, I'll give you some time to think. Either let me enter the demon warrior tower and give me the best spirit house for me to cultivate in, or I'll kill one person every 100 breaths. Time starts now. Xiao Han's cold voice echoed in the depths of time and space. What? Kill one person every 100 breaths? The ancient giant roared with his teeth bared. You're threatening me. Damn it. You deserve to die. However, 100 breaths is up. Kill the first person. Xiao Han's indifferent voice rang through the heavens and earth. The next moment, among the 3,287 images, there was a veteran Yaoxia antique who had been grabbed by the neck by Xiao Han and had yet to be killed. He was walking down a quaint street with a look of terror on his face, and yet... Roar! The entire long street suddenly transformed into a bloody maw, biting him. Crunch. 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 A terrible chewing sound rang out. Ah. No. No. I don't want to die. Ah, and the old demon warrior's heart-wrenching scream. After a few breaths, the 3,287 images in the sky became 3,286. Successfully killed the first person. Xiao Han's voice was as cold as ice water, without any emotion. It was as if he was the master of everything and had power over life and death. Time starts again. In the next 100 breaths, kill the second person. To be continued. Update quick text. This is the latest chapter of the Demon God. This chapter is chapter 390. Every 100 breaths, one person would be killed. 1_187, the address is. Chapter 391. Xiao Han planned before making his move. He didn't fight head-on with the ancient giant. Instead, he summoned a demon city and set up a total of 50 illusory maze formations to trap the ancient giant. Then, he began to slaughter thousands of ordinary demons. The first to be killed was a senior member of the group of old antiques. Garen's teacher had a grudge against Xiao Han. If he did not kill him now, then when? Roar Xiao Han. Little bastard. You little bastard. How dare you kill people right under my nose? Bastard. At this moment, the ancient giant was furious. He howled at the top of his lungs. His face was purple and his entire body was shaking. He deeply felt that his dignity had been trampled on by Xiao Han. Yes, at the beginning, when he was facing Xiao Han, he was calm and collected, confident that he could control the situation and not allow Xiao Han to kill another person. But now, Xiao Han had killed people right under his nose like he was killing chickens or dogs. This was a slap in the face. Roar. You want to trap me with such a small trick? Break. This ancient titan was brewing up a peerless attack. His body shook, and true energy surged out like a river. All of this true energy transformed into jade talismans, which then formed into countless grand formations, and finally, a magical treasure. It was a thick machete about 100 feet long. It shone with a ghostly light that could cut ghosts and gods, melt space, and strip time. It was peerless. This was the ancient giant's magical treasure. Boom! The ancient giant took out his magical treasure and slashed at one of the maze formations that trapped him. The power of this attack could be said to be unparalleled in the world. The light of the blade danced violently. Space began to tear. Poochie, one slash. One of the illusory labyrinth formations was almost completely destroyed. It immediately collapsed. I finally destroyed a maze, but the ancient giant was both happy and helpless. He was happy because he destroyed a maze formation with one slash. He was helpless because every time he used the magical treasure to attack, it consumed a lot of true chi. The true chi used to attack with a magical treasure. It was several times more effective than simply using true chi divine art. Furthermore, this ancient giant didn't carry any treasured medicine that could quickly replenish his true chi. Damn it! The ancient giant roared to the sky. Meanwhile, the ordinary heroes trapped in the city all saw the scene in the sky and heard what Xiao Han said. Every 100 breaths, he would kill one person. Every chivalrous hero in Demon City saw the first veteran chivalrous hero to be killed by Xiao Han. The whole process of his death. It was too terrifying. There was no way to escape. Get out. I want to leave this place. I can't stay here and let myself be slaughtered. I want to go out. A cave-expanding realm fiend. His body soared up into the sky, wanting to fly out of the demon city. However, when he felt that he had already flown a few thousand miles, he realized that he was still standing at the same spot. It was as if he had only flown high and not far. No. Why was this happening? Why can't I fly out? No. Help. Ancient giant, hurry up and destroy this terrifying city. I don't want to die here. The 100 breaths are up. Kill the second person. Xiao Han's cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. It was as if he was the ruler. In one of the 3,286 images, a veteran demon fire antique suddenly stepped into a spell formation of demon fire. Boundless demon fire wrapped around him, and he began to writhe and shriek like a pig being slaughtered. Aie. No. Don't kill me. Xiao Han. I was wrong. If you forgive me, I won't care about Garen's death anymore. Ah. Ancient giant. Agree to Xiao Han's conditions. You. Before long, the veteran chivalrous hero's body was burned to ashes. His ashes flew around the city like dandelions, successfully killed the second person. After 100 breaths, kill the third person, Xiao Han said calmly. Xiao Han. This is treason. The ancient giant's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He activated his magical treasure again and again, wasting his precious true chi to destroy the illusory labyrinth formation that trapped him. The ancient giant had used all his strength to destroy 4 illusory labyrinth formations in a row. Give me some more time. Give me some more time. Maybe I won't even need 24 hours to destroy these 50 illusory labyrinth formations. The ancient giant kept shouting in his heart. Pfft. The third veteran chivalrous hero was killed. Pfft. The fourth veteran chivalrous hero was killed. At this point, Garen's group of teachers, who wanted to abuse their authority and suppress Xiao Han, were all dead. Not a single one was left alive. Killing the 5th person. The ancient giant, you're testing my patience. But it doesn't matter. Everyone here will die one by one. Previously, in order to flatter the ancient giant, he had jumped out and shouted, "What an arrogant and shameless person." However, this ancient giant has great self-restraint. If it were me, I would have killed him with a single slap. These words had been directly erased from existence. After 100 breaths, the chivalrous hero who jumped out and shouted, "He wants to kill us in front of the ancient giant? Dream on. Fine. Come and kill us if you want to. I also want to see how he kills people under the eyes of an ancient giant." The swordsman was also quickly erased. Xiao Han was a man of his word. Every 100 breaths, he killed a chivalrous hero. His timing was very precise, not a moment too early or too late. The image in the sky displayed the scene of these swordsmen dying in great detail. Between heaven and earth, the despairing cries of the chivalrous heroes echoed. Fear and despair spread like a plague. Countless chivalrous heroes screamed and begged, "No! Shao Han! Please don't kill anymore. Let us go. This has nothing to do with us. Shao Han. We're all wrong. Please forgive us. Don't kill us anymore. Ancient giant. You're useless. Just now you were so valiant and said that no one dared to kill under your eyes. But now, you can't protect us at all. Ancient giant. Quickly agree to Shao Han's conditions. You can't send us to our deaths just because of your own pride. Quickly agree to Shao Han's conditions, otherwise, we'll all die." At this time, the ancient giant. A bunch of bastards. In the sky, the roars of the chivalrous heroes were transmitted from countless images. Most of the chivalrous heroes strongly requested the ancient giant to give in and agree to Shao Han's conditions. There were even some chivalrous heroes who were extremely agitated and began to curse. Puff! Under the relentless attacks of the ancient giant, the 9th labyrinth was destroyed by him. Let's work harder. I'm sure I can break through all the mazes in a few hours. However, what? Suddenly, the 9 mazes that were destroyed by the ancient giant. They were actually repaired. Endless demon chi was injected into the damaged mazes. Very quickly, it was repaired. Repaired as good as new. Now, the ancient giants were still facing the same 50 labyrinths as before. How could this be? He had used all his strength to destroy the 9 mazes with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, these mazes had been repaired again. This indicated that everything that the ancient giant had done before was all in vain. Shao Han! You bastard! The ancient giant roared in anger. But in his heart, a deep sense of helplessness rose. Kill the 23rd person. The killing continued. The 23rd chivalrous hero was killed. Of course, the people that Shao Han killed were all the chivalrous heroes who had mocked and cursed at him. Ancient giant. Fuck you. Ancient giant. You're forcing us to die. You're the culprit. Help. Help. Someone save us. Ancient giant, go eat sh*t. Thousands of fiend warriors let out tragic and stirring curses. Their tones were filled with endless resentment and hatred. One should know that Shao Han's request was not excessive at all. It was nothing more than entering the chivalrous pagoda to expand the acupoints. This was an extremely easy request to fulfill. As long as the ancient giant nodded, the trapped chivalrous heroes would not have to die. But the ancient giant refused to agree to Shao Han's request. All the trapped chivalrous heroes regarded the ancient giant as the culprit who killed them. At this moment, a few more figures walked out of the chivalrous pagoda. A few rays of light appeared in the sky, and waves of celestial music came down. A few men and women walked down from the light. These men and women were wearing feather robes and star crowns. They looked extraordinary. Rings of light surrounded them. It was dreamy and full of celestial chi. Although these men and women did not seem to have the power to destroy the heavens and earth, there was a powerful force within their bodies. As long as this force was unleashed, it would definitely be able to change the weather and destroy everything in its path. Another few ancient authorities had shown themselves. At this moment, they were all looking at the misty chaotic demonic light in the square. Powerful. This demonic technique is indeed powerful. A man who looked like a scholar frowned slightly. Everyone already knows what happened. That Shao Han is blessed by nature and can use the supreme demonic technique. Now he has trapped thousands of chivalrous heroes and is killing them one by one. What should we do now? We can't let him continue killing. Although these chivalrous heroes are very weak to people of our level, they are not easy to deal with in the secular world. One death means one less. We can't let Shao Han kill as he pleases. If we continue killing like this, our chivalrous world will suffer a great loss. A middle-aged man with a square face said seriously. Why don't we join forces and break this demonic technique? A man with sword-like eyebrows said with a murderous look. If we join forces, we can steadily suppress Xiao Han. There's no problem. Don't act rashly. The man who looked like a scholar who spoke earlier stopped them. Indeed, we can break this demonic technique, but I'm afraid that if we force Xiao Han into a corner, he will kill thousands of chivalrous heroes with a single thought before we break the demonic technique. Don't force Xiao Han into a dead end. That's right, that little guy Xiao Han is unbelievably cruel. It's indeed possible for him to start a massacre with a single thought. He's already in a killing mood. Killing one is killing, killing two is killing, killing 1,000 is also killing. There's not much difference. Then we might as well agree to Xiao Han's request. Let him enter the chivalrous pagoda. To be honest, this request is not too much. A beautiful middle-aged woman with dreamy eyes and starlight surrounding her body said with a slight frown. Let him in to cultivate. Then, wait for the Tower Master to come out of seclusion and personally deal with this matter. We can't just let him in like this. The man who looked like a scholar shook his head. If we let him in like this, we'll lose all our face. Xiao Han will become an anomaly who broke the rules and swaggered around without being punished. This is very detrimental to the stability of our chivalrous world. Let me think about it. The scholar closed his eyes slightly, as if he was calculating something. The other ancient giants did not dare to say anything to disturb the scholar. After 10 breaths, the scholar opened his eyes, exhaled, and sent a string of voices into the demon city. Xiao Han, stop killing for now. Now, I'm going to talk to you personally. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Chapter 392. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and floated in the void of the demon city. There was a hint of ruthlessness at the corner of his mouth. The thousands of demon warriors in the demon city, as well as the ancient giant, were all under Xiao Han's perfect control. This ancient giant is really patient. Even if I kill one person every 100 breaths of time, he still won't agree to my request. Sigh, he really cares too much about his face. Heh, he even tried to break the illusory maze formation. He's asking for trouble. Xiao xiao xiao, beams of beautiful demonic light shot out from Xiao Han's left demon god palm and entered every formation of the demon city. It maintained the normal operation of the demon city. Fortunately, I've plundered a large number of heavenly desolate demon fruits during my trip to the demon city. I can use them to replenish my demonic strength at any time. I don't have to worry about running out of demonic strength. Xiao Han was secretly relieved. That's right. If it wasn't for Yan Lang's grand ceremony where he killed countless demon emperors and seized the large number of heavenly desolate demon fruits that they carried with them, Xiao Han wouldn't be able to display any of its power even if he had the powerful and bewitching left arm of the demon monarch. At least in a short period of time, Xiao Han would not have to worry about the heavenly desolate demon fruits. At this moment, Xiao Han, stop the killing for now. Now, I'm going to talk to you personally. Do you dare to make a bet with me? A calm and tranquil male voice pierced through the demon city and reached Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han could hear it clearly. Oh. Who are you? Another ancient giant? What do you want to bet with me? Xiao Han used his spirit to transmit his voice back. Xiao Han, I know the whole thing like the back of my hand. The voice said unhurriedly. Yes, you're not the only one to blame for this. There were indeed people who wanted to use their power for personal gain and oppressed you indiscriminately. You couldn't take it anymore and fought back. However, your method was too extreme. You've killed too many demon warriors. Your decisiveness in killing has caused danger everywhere in the Devil Hero region, and people have been plunged into misery and suffering. Now, the Tower Master and the Elders are in seclusion and can't interfere with this matter. But once they come out, I'm afraid. Heh, you ancient giant, you want to punish me? Xiao Han said disdainfully. Xiao Han's demonic power was now at its peak. Once he was attacked by several ancient giants, Xiao Han's move was like an illusion, and he would most likely be able to flash out of the Yaoxia region. he was completely invincible. As for worrying that the Pure Cloud sect would be implicated, Xiao Han had also considered this point. One had to know that although Wu Donghai was only an ancient giant, he already had 1 foot in the ranks of the ancient giants. With Wu Donghai's status in the Devil Hero world, the Devil Hero Pagoda would not vent their anger on the Cloud sect because of Xiao Han. Punish you? No, Xiao Han, I understand your heart. If I say I want to punish you, I'm afraid you'll continue to go crazy and kill all the thousands of heroes trapped in this demon city. Our Demon Hero Pagoda can't afford this price, the man said directly. Oh. Xiao Han was surprised. He hesitated for a few breaths before replying. Then you mean to agree to my condition, let me enter the Devil Hero Pagoda, give me a soul room, and let me break through to the expanded aperture realm? Ha ha ha. If we let you in just like that, we'll be disgraced. You can crush the rules and not be punished. This is a challenge to the dignity of the entire Devil Hero world. The man laughed. Then I don't understand, what are you guys trying to do? Xiao Han was speechless. A bet. The man's voice suddenly became serious. Xiao Han, I'll make a bet with you. Do you dare to bet? What bet? Xiao Han laughed coldly. Ancient giant, don't try to provoke me. In this world, there's nothing that I don't dare to bet on. Good. Your heart is as steady as a rock, and you dare to fight. You're different from others. It's no wonder you have such achievements at such a young age. The man's voice contained some praise as he said. Xiao Han, you want to enter the Devil Hero Pagoda, find the best soul room, and break through to the 51st true meridian. Right? Okay, I can let you in. But. Well, just now, I heard you talking nonsense. You said that you've accumulated a lot and have the confidence to become the person with the most acupoint expansion times in the Devil Hero world of this plane, right? Did you say this yourself? Yes. That's what I said. Xiao Han's voice was not timid at all. Well. I don't know where you're getting so much confidence. Although Xiao Han, you're at the top of the demon race in terms of various means, demon power, and demon techniques, but the true chi cultivation of our human race and the demon technique cultivation are 2 completely different fields. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Now, I can let you enter the Devil Hero Pagoda and let you cultivate in the soul room. You can expand the acupoint. When you break through to the 51st true meridian, the acupoint expansion times really broke the history of the predecessors. Then, I guarantee that all the crimes you've committed today will be written off. The Devil Hero Pagoda will no longer pursue your mistakes. However, if your acupoint expansion times is only ordinary, then I'm sorry, Xiao Han, you'll be executed directly. This is a bet. Do you dare to take it? Like this? Xiao Han suddenly blurted out. That's the bet. Xiao Han, do you dare to take it? The man's voice suddenly became cold and stern. Xiao Han. If you break through to the 51st true meridian and the acupoint expansion times for the first time is more than 16 times, or after you finish 10 times, the total acupoint expansion times is more than 95 times, then, you win. You will indeed become the greatest existence in the Devil Hero world of this plane. On the contrary, if you're lower than this achievement, then you'll have to commit suicide to atone for your sins. Do you dare to take such a bet? Do I dare? Xiao Han's heart shook. Suddenly, many images surged through Xiao Han's mind like a trickle of water. Participate in the Devil Hero trial. Fight against Garen and other geniuses. Kill Demon Emperor Qing Lin. Kill Demon Emperor Azure Dragon. Risk his life to enter the Demon Metropolis. Kill thousands of Demon Emperors. Kill Mutated Demon Emperor. Kill Ultimate Mutated Demon Emperor. Confront the 10 Demon Emperors. Be possessed by a demon god. At the moment of life and death, comprehend the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage. All the past events flashed through his mind. Don't dare to take the bet? Why wouldn't I, Xiao Han, dare to take the bet? I, Xiao Han, am less than 30 years old, and I've been successful in every endeavor. I'm fearless. I even entered the demon metropolis, killed thousands of demon emperors, and escaped unscathed. I, Xiao Han, went from being a living target to my current achievements, slaughtering devil heroes and trapping an eternal giant. I don't dare to take the bet? Xiao Han roared in his heart. Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, Xiao Han burst into wild laughter. Xiao Han, what are you laughing at? The man asked in a slightly surprised voice. Eternal giant, let's not talk about this bet first. If I, Xiao Han, win, how can you guarantee that I won't be held accountable? Can you represent the entire Devil Hero Pagoda? Can you represent the Pagoda Master and the Elders? Xiao Han said harshly. That doesn't matter. The man laughed involuntarily. Xiao Han, in our plane, the Devil Hero world, I'm the one who created the highest acupoint expansion times. The first acupoint expansion was 16 times. The 10 acupoint expansion accumulated to 95 times. Tell me, do my words carry any weight? Don't worry about what I promised you. As long as you surpass my results, the Pagoda Master and the Elders will not make things difficult for you after they come out of seclusion. On the contrary, they will value you and cultivate you more. After a pause, the man laughed. If you can surpass my results, it means that your future is limitless. In the future, your achievements will probably not be lower than mine. Xiao Han, you have to understand one thing. Strength can break the rules. Talent and potential can also break the rules. It seems that your wanton massacre in front of the Devil Hero Pagoda is unforgivable. However, as long as you can surpass my results, then everything you do will be within the scope of what I allow. You will have the confidence to break the rules. With such a genius, in the future, you will help the human race to destroy many mutant demon emperors, ultimate mutant demon emperors, and even the great demon emperor. Such a contribution, even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 ordinary demon heroes can't compare to you. They are far inferior to you. Rules are always made for the strong. The strong can crush the old rules and make new rules. And the weak will be crushed to death by the rules if they try to challenge the rules. Oh, I know, you are the person ranked 3rd on the demon hero list. Even among the ancient giants, you are definitely a top existence. Xiao Han suddenly remembered that Shangguan Wudi said that the person who made history by expanding acupoints by 16 times for the first time and 95 times for 10 times was now ranked 3rd on the demon hero list. Oh. I didn't expect you to know my ranking, Xiao Han. The man was slightly stunned and then smiled. If that's the case, Xiao Han, do you believe my words? With my identity, I won't lie to you. Okay. I, Xiao Han, will bet. Xiao Han roared fiercely. Bet. I, Xiao Han, will immediately enter the Demon Hero Pagoda to expand my acupoints. If I can't surpass your results, I, Xiao Han, am willing to commit suicide. Xiao Han's voice contained the rolling confidence of invincibility in the world, domineering and unparalleled. Good intention. Now, I am a little bit appreciative of talent. Xiao Han, remove your demonic spell and release all the hostages. The man smiled. Okay. Xiao Han agreed. The next moment, Xiao Han's body rose into the air, and the whole city below him made a rumbling sound. In an instant, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the buildings in the city, the mountains, the crisscrossing streets, the magnificent palaces, all turned into strands of demonic light, soaring into the sky and lingering around Xiao Han's body. It made Xiao Han feel as if he had fallen into a dreamland. In the end, the space, air, and time of the whole city all turned into demonic runes, disintegrated, and swarmed towards Xiao Han. The wind and clouds surged. The city disintegrated into demonic light and magnificent demonic runes. Buzz buzz buzz, everything merged into the 12th groove on the left arm demon monarch's palm. Very quickly, it condensed into an incomparably beautiful light red gem. In the middle of this gem, a city was sealed. The densely packed demonic runes flickered. The demonic city disappeared. Thousands of ordinary demonic warriors collapsed on the square as if they had collapsed. They were all panting heavily, their eyes were still filled with fear and despair. They looked at each other, their faces pale. Xiao Han stood in the square with his hands behind his back. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few rays of light descended from the sky and landed beside Xiao Han. From the rays of light, a few men and women slowly walked out. These men and women were wearing feathered clothes and star crowns. They had an otherworldly appearance, and they stood out from the crowd. Rings of light surrounded them, dreamy, and full of immortal qi. Although these men and women did not seem to have the power to destroy heaven and earth on the surface, there was a powerful force in their bodies. If this force were to burst out, it would definitely cause the wind and clouds to change, and everything would be destroyed. They are all powerful people. Xiao Han's heart tightened. Xiao Han. You little bastard. I will kill you. Shockingly, the ancient titan, who had been trapped by Xiao Han for so long, suddenly made a grasping motion with his right hand. True talismans exploded, and the sun and moon intersected as they shot toward Xiao Han. He wanted to kill Xiao Han. Chapter 393. That ancient giant was humiliated by Xiao Han, and he couldn't help but cry out in anger. He had always been in a high position and had always been the one to bully others. There was no way others could bully him or restrict him. But just now, he had been humiliated by Xiao Han. This made him furious and his murderous intent exploded. He wanted nothing more than to turn Xiao Han's bones into dust. Boom! The ancient giant roared to the sky and waved his right hand. A ray of light flashed and flew towards Xiao Han. A fierce and murderous aura shot up to the sky. When the ray of light shot out, ghosts and gods would not be spared. However, before Xiao Han could make a move, a lean-looking man walked out from the light. He slowly raised his right thumb and pressed down. The peerless ray of light that had been heading towards Xiao Han immediately disappeared. The murderous aura, and the evil aura that had been lingering in the air all disappeared. A clear and boundless atmosphere enveloped the area. Batian, you don't have to do anything. The scholar said casually. I will take care of this matter. This. The ancient giant's expression was sullen as he frowned. However, he didn't dare to say anything else and immediately retracted his arrogance. He only glared at Xiao Han with an expression of anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. Oh. Xiao Han looked at the man who looked like a scholar. He saw that the scholar did not seem to have anything special about him. He gave off a feeling that he had returned to his natural state. However, in the space above his head, there were thousands of strands of auspicious energy and thousands of rays of light. It was a marvelous sight. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, this scholar's eyes were extremely mystical. His pupils were filled with a simple and unadorned color. As his eyes moved, they revealed a cold and arrogant expression that could not be blasphemed. It was as if he was the ruler of all ages. Moreover, Xiao Han felt that although he and the scholar seemed to be very close, the scholar seemed to be in the depths of billions of parallel universes. Even if Xiao Han searched for his entire life, he would not be able to find his real body. Sparkling and translucent halos could be seen rising from every pore of the scholar's body. In the depths of these halos, the flow of time seemed to be different from the outside world. If someone with a low cultivation base were to attack this elementary scholar rashly, before they could even get close to his body, the sudden flow of time would consume the lifespan of this person with a low cultivation base. This scholar seemed to have comprehended the relationship between time and space. Extremely powerful. No wonder he's ranked third on the chivalrous man list. He was a well-known figure among the ancient giants. I'm definitely not a match for this guy. I'm definitely not a match for him. Xiao Han also sighed in admiration. Shangguan Wudi is ranked 23rd, and this big shot in front of me is ranked 3rd. I'm afraid the difference between their battle prowess is like heaven and earth. That's amazing. Young Xiao Han, your heart is strong, even this seat admires it. The scholar smiled at Xiao Han and Yan Qing. No problem. Senior, were you the one who said you wanted to bet with me? Xiao Han adjusted his state of mind and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Yes. That's me. The scholar nodded with a smile. Xiao Han, since you've agreed to this bet, then, let's begin. In fact, I'm a bit impatient to see just how much potential you have. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. Yes. This seat is the creator of the chivalrous man world, the existence that has the highest number of acupoints in history. However, thousands of years have passed, and there is still no chivalrous man who can break this record. This seat is also a little helpless. A trace of loneliness flashed across the scholar's face. To be honest, this seat is not a conservative person. This seat is also eager to see the appearance of a genius who can break this record. I hope Xiao Han will not disappoint this seat. Tisk tsk, this ancient giant's breadth of mind is not comparable to that of the ancient giant just now. Elegant. He has the demeanor of a great master. Xiao Han praised in his heart. This matter concerns my life and death. I also hope to be able to break this senior's record. Xiao Han said with a smile. Indeed extraordinary, indeed extraordinary. The scholar quietly released his spirit and scanned Xiao Han's body. When his spirit swept into Xiao Han's heart and touched the 10,000 immortals grand formation on the surface of Xiao Han's heart, the spirit was immediately lost in it. This caused the scholar's eyes to shine with a trace of surprise, and then he nodded repeatedly. Xiao Han, it seems that you have something to rely on. Good. This bet is a big matter for our chivalrous man world. Now, you enter the chivalrous man tower. I'll give you 1 day to recuperate and have a good rest. Tomorrow, you will begin to break through to the acupoint expansion realm. In addition, this seat will announce the bet with you to the world, so that all the chivalrous men in the world know about it. At that time, there will definitely be a large number of chivalrous men coming to watch the ceremony. If you can really break the history that this seat has created, then you will definitely shock the world. Make countless chivalrous men worship you. Then, you don't have to worry about this seat going back on his words, and you don't have to worry about the pagoda master and the elders coming out of seclusion to make things difficult for you. All the chivalrous men in the world will be witnesses. What are you still worried about? Peacefully break through to the next realm. But, Xiao Han, if you fail, you will have to commit suicide to atone for your crime. Understand? This senior is indeed generous. In order to dispel Junior's worries, he actually announced it to the world. Good, this is good. Then, Junior will enter the resting area of the chivalrous man tower, recuperate for 1 day, and enter the spirit room tomorrow to break through to the next realm. Xiao Han nodded. Go. The scholar warmly smiled. Xiao Han nodded, and without any ceremony, he strode towards the chivalrous man tower. The scholar watched Xiao Han enter the chivalrous man tower, and then he ordered the few ancient giants beside him. Quickly, announce this matter to the world, so that all the chivalrous men in the world know. This. Are we really going to announce this matter? A ancient giant with a square face asked hesitantly. The scholar slightly narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth rippled with a hint of a smile. Yes, in recent years, our chivalrous man world has not had any exciting events. The entire chivalrous man world even has a taste of stagnant water. This time, we should take this opportunity to make a big fuss. If Xiao Han can really break my record, then the entire chivalrous man world will be excited. And it will also encourage other young chivalrous men, so that everyone will cultivate harder. In addition, Xiao Han has killed so many chivalrous men here, including many senior chivalrous men. If this matter is not handled well, it will lose the hearts of the people. If we announce the bet, and Xiao Han breaks the record, then the other chivalrous men will be convinced, and there will not be any criticism. If Xiao Han fails, then he will commit suicide in front of everyone, which will also make the other chivalrous men convinced, and reflect the justice of the chivalrous man tower. Good. That's it. Big brother, when you do things, you really pay attention to every aspect and take every possibility into account. A beautiful middle-aged woman said with a sweet smile. Southern region. Mountain range. Temple. 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 In the garden. Wooly was sitting in a pavilion, flipping through an ancient book with a carefree expression on his face. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling stood on his left and right. At this time, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling's true qi was more vigorous than before. Their gazes, spirit, and aura were also different from before. Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, you have finally entered the expanded acupoint state. This is the fortune of the sect. I also congratulate you. Wu Yu gently put the ancient book in his hand on the stone table and smiled. In the past, your realm was not enough, and it was impossible for me to teach you some true qi divine arts. But now, you have expanded your acupoints, and your true qi capacity has greatly increased. You can cultivate some powerful true qi divine arts. Thank you, Sect Master. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling thanked him in unison. However, Fang Ling smiled bitterly. Sect Master, it seems that our aptitude is indeed mediocre. After entering the expanded acupoint state, my first acupoint expansion was only 4 times, and senior brother Dongfang only 5 times. Compared to senior brother's 7 times, we are still far behind. It's okay. Everyone has a life. You have to learn to leave it to fate. This world is huge, and there are many geniuses. Don't blindly compare yourself with others. Just do your best. Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, you are both hardworking people, and your future achievements may not be low. Maybe one day, you can also enter the ranks of the ancient giants. You will have a favorable ranking on the monster hero ranking. Wu Yu encouraged them. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling both nodded. However, very quickly, both of their faces were filled with worry. After a while, Dongfang Qin could not help but say softly. Sect Master, Junior Brother Xiaohan. Sect Master, last month, the Master of the Monster Hero Pagoda personally issued an obituary, claiming that Junior Brother Xiaohan was dead. He died in the hands of a demon called the Silver Mask Demon Emperor, and his brain was sucked out. It was a horrible sight to behold. Now, the Monster Hero Pagoda has sent people to build a cenotaph for Junior Brother Xiaohan at the foot of our mountain. Sect Master, is Junior Brother Xiaohan really dead? Fang Ling asked with a trembling voice. When Junior Brother Xiaohan left the sect, he said that the Monster Hero Pagoda sent him to carry out a secret mission, and now, his life is uncertain. Sect Master. Wu Yu waved his hand, looked at the void far away, and said indifferently. I have a feeling that Xiaohan is still alive. He is not dead. Don't panic for the time being. At this moment, Wu Yu flipped his right hand, and a monster hero token appeared in his hand. He immersed his spirit into the monster hero token. After a while, Wu Yu beamed with joy. Good. That's great. Sect Master. Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin were stunned. Ha 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 ha. As expected, Xiaohan, that kid, is still alive. He is alive and well. Just now, Shengguan Wudi sent me a message, telling me that Xiaohan is alive and well, and has now returned to the Monster Hero Pagoda. Wu Yu laughed heartily. However, Xiaohan's demon chivalrous token is not in his hands. That's why he asked Shengguan Wudi to send a message on his behalf to tell him that he is safe. This kid actually befriended Shengguan Wudi. Good boy. The ancient giant Shengguan Wudi? Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin were both shocked. However, before Wu Yu could answer, his monster hero token sent a message again, and he quickly immersed his spirit into it. Suddenly, Wu Yu's face changed dramatically. After a few breaths, Wu Yu stood up directly, hurried to the monster hero region. Something big has happened. Sect Master? This? Xiao Han caused a great disaster in front of the monster hero pagoda and killed many monsters. Now, he made a bet with an ancient giant to expand his acupoints. As long as he can expand his acupoints by more than 16 times for the first time, or expand his acupoints by more than 95 times for the 10th time, all his sins will be forgiven, and the monster hero pagoda will not pursue it. But if he can't meet this requirement, he will die immediately. Now, the monster hero pagoda has announced this matter to all the monsters in the world. Hurry! Hurry to the monster hero pagoda. At the same time, all the monsters in the world received the news about Xiao Han. For a moment, shock, surprise, horror, curiosity, excitement. The entire monster hero region was moved by what Xiao Han had done. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds were surging. Countless monsters rushed to the monster hero pagoda at the first time. They wanted to witness Xiao Han expand his acupoints. They wanted to see if this lawless young man, who trampled on the rules, could break through the acupoints expansion multiplier in the history of the monster hero region. Chapter 394. Night. The night was as cold as water. The sky was full of twinkling stars, like beautiful gems. The bright moon shone with an unparalleled celestial beauty. The Devil Hero region was the holy land of the human world. There was not a trace of filth in the air. The nights in the Devil Hero region were the most fascinating. The Devil Hero Pagoda. The 55th floor. In the Devil Hero Pagoda, the 11th to 100th floors were all leisure and entertainment areas. The environment on each floor was very comfortable. Xiao Han casually found a room on the 55th floor and moved in. The room was lit up with a soft orange light. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed, his entire spirit completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. No thoughts or thoughts. Xiao Han even picked up a book and read it with great interest. After a long time, Xiao Han closed the book and a faint smile appeared on his face. Relax. Don't put any pressure on yourself. I can't be burdened mentally. Tomorrow is the day I, Xiao Han, open my meridians. I'm not sure if I can break through this realm and make history. I'm going to break through to the next realm. Naturally, I'll go to the spirit house. The key to breaking through acupoints is the accumulation and foundation, the perception of true acupoints, and the mental strength. Once he had accumulated enough, he would be able to keenly sense the existence and exact location of every single acupoint. Then, he would temper his spirit until it was flawless, free of dust and dirt, impervious to all evils, and as sharp as a sword. Then, he would be able to break his acupoints one after another in one go. Being in the spirit chamber allowed me to concentrate to the greatest extent, allowing me to hold my breath and merge my mind, spirit, and body into one. My mind becomes clear. Extremely sharp. I can sense the location of true acupoints more clearly, and it can also greatly refine my mental strength. It's very effective for breaking through acupoints. Moreover, cultivating in the spirit house is also very beneficial for martial artists with sword intent and saber intent. That ancient tycoon ranked third on the Devil Hero ranking. He's really magnanimous. He gave me a spirit house that can increase my mental sense by 100 times for free. That's the best quality spirit house. Sometimes, I encountered a bottleneck in breaking through acupoints and couldn't make any progress for many years. However, once I entered the 100 times spirit house, I had a 70% to 80% chance of breaking through the bottleneck. It made sense. My mental sense suddenly increased by 100 times. It was equivalent to the success rate of breaking through acupoints. Suddenly. An increase of 100 times. I once heard from senior brother Dongfang Qin that there was an ancient tycoon on the demon hero ranking. Back then, when he was breaking through to the talisman transformation realm from the meridian expanding realm, he was about to explode the 61st true acupoint. He tried for 30 years to no avail. In the end, he entered the 100 times room of Psyche. 10 days later, he broke out of his cocoon and broke through the prison in one go. He opened the 61st acupoint and his true chi was transformed into a true talisman. A few years later, he successfully entered the ranks of the ancient giants. Night. Outside the Yaoxia Pagoda. At this moment, the outside of the Yaoxia Pagoda was not as quiet as the inside. The square outside the Yaoxia Pagoda was densely packed with people. Hearing the news, countless heroes rushed over to witness Xiao Han's breakthrough to expanded acupoint realm. They treated Xiao Han's breakthrough as a grand ceremony. This was no small matter. The chivalrous men who could stand in the square were almost all ranked on the chivalrous men list. As for the ordinary chivalrous men who did not have a ranking, they gathered everywhere in the Yaoxia domain, looking forward to it. In the square, spiritual energy was surging like a tide. Rays of light, colorful lights, crimson haze, and misty mist were rising. Countless chivalrous men were in groups of 3 to 5 and they were all discussing. In the sky, there were meteor-like lights flashing into the Yaoxia domain. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, the entire Yaoxia domain had gathered hundreds of thousands of chivalrous men. It was unbelievably lively. In the square. Sect Master, the ancient tycoons in the Yaoxia Pagoda have issued a strict order. No chivalrous men can enter the Yaoxia Pagoda and can only wait outside. Now we can't see junior brother Xiao Han for the time being. I'm so anxious. Dongfang Qin stood in the square and was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Sect Master, can you think of a way to make those ancient tycoons bend the rules and let us enter the Yaoxia Pagoda to find junior brother Xiao Han? Fang Ling was also very anxious. Don't panic. Wu Hu frowned. I've already communicated with a few ancient tycoons that we're on good terms with. We can't enter. From tonight onwards, the Yaoxia Pagoda will be closed. We can only leave but not enter. No one is allowed to see Xiao Han. Oh. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling were both dumbfounded. Yes. In fact, this is also a chance for Xiao Han to completely relax. If we go to find Xiao Han at this juncture, it will undoubtedly distract him. Wu Hu said in agreement. Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, you have to know that it's not that simple for Xiao Han to expand his acupoints this time. He's not breaking through to the next realm, but challenging history. Yes, he's challenging history. Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin both nodded. If he succeeds, then everything will be fine. If he fails, Xiao Han will be executed. Wu Hu frowned. Brother Wu, how have you been? A deep and powerful voice rang out. Wu Hu looked up and saw old acquaintances, Mo Qingtong's master, Heavenly Devil Old Man, and Fatty Zhu's father, Zhu Ganglai. The two of them came together. Heavenly Devil Old Man, Fatty Zhu, you're here too. Wu Hu greeted. Heavenly Devil Old Man and Zhu Ganglai came to Wu Hu's side. Brother Wu, we also received the message at the same time. Originally, we disdained coming to the Yaoxia Pagoda to observe other people's cultivation. However, when we heard that it's related to Xiao Han, we couldn't sit still. Heavenly Devil Old Man said. My disciple, Qingtong, is training in the depths of the great wilderness. After receiving the message, she was also anxious. However, she was in an ancient barrier and couldn't leave. She could only send a message to me and ask me to come and watch the ceremony. Brother Wu, this time, this little guy Xiao Han has made things big. Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva and his eyes widened. He actually dared to kill a Yaoxia in the Yaoxia region. This is the first time in thousands of years. I've already asked about this matter. Xiao Han killed him. They're all the old antiques that nurtured Garen and his group of playboys. All of them made things difficult for Xiao Han. Death cannot wipe out. Forget it. These things are no longer important. Now, Xiao Han's life depends on the result of his meridian opening. Big Wu said bluntly. He paused for a moment and sighed slightly. Xiao Han's trouble is really big. Our sect can no longer protect him. It's up to him. Brother Wu, you don't have to worry too much. After all, Xiao Han is a young genius. He's the best in the world. I'm very optimistic about him. Tampering with history, Heavenly Devil Old Man said quickly. Humph, a cold voice sounded. An ancient dragon's roar came from the sky. A bone dragon. It was about 1,000 feet long, and on every bone, it was filled with densely packed dragon-shaped characters. It was filled with ancient history and the vicissitudes of life. Its pressure was as deep as the sea. In next to no time, the bone dragon broke down into strands of light that fused into the body of a human. A young man in a yellow robe walked down from the sky with a single step. His eyes were brewing the civilization of the ancient dragon clan. His whole body was bathed in the dragon chi. Every move he made had an irresistible majesty. The world was big, and he could control it. It was the dragon bone Saint Saber, the best friend of the great Sun Emperor. At this moment, when the dragon bone Saint Saber appeared, it looked at Big Wu with a cold face. Sect Master Wu, this brat Xiao Han has countless tricks. But in terms of true chi cultivation, his talent is indeed very poor. I'm sure that Xiao Han will die this time. He still wants to challenge the history of meridian opening? That's completely courting death. The voice of the dragon bone Saint Saber contained hatred that couldn't be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The great Sun Emperor was crippled by Xiao Han. This made the dragon bone Saint Saber hold a grudge and view Xiao Han as a mortal enemy. Hee, dragon bone Saint Saber, shut your stinky mouth. You fart in front of everyone. It's really stinky. An extremely lazy voice sounded. Hee. Dragon bone Saint Saber, you and your best friend, the great Sun Emperor, are all despicable people. What? The great Sun Emperor was crippled by junior brother Xiao Han, and you're here to gloat? A young man of medium height, wearing clothes cut from animal skin, walked over from afar. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His appearance was ordinary, but there was a trace of a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth. It was the finishing touch, causing him to glow with a strange charm. He held a wooden bow in his hand and carried a quiver of arrows on his back. Those were bone arrows chiseled from white beast bones. Each arrow was engraved with runes and seal characters, surging with power that made the mountains and rivers tremble. His leather boots were stained with ancient leaves from the depths of the great wilderness. He seemed to have come from the great wilderness. As he walked, the bone arrows in the quiver gently knocked against each other, making a crisp sound like wind chimes. Xiao Mingchu came. The eldest senior brother of the current generation of Cloud sect. The chief disciple of Big Wu. The giant of all ages on the monster cultivator list. Eldest senior brother, you're here. Dong Fang Qin and Fang Ling hurriedly greeted. Sect master, you're well. Xiao Mingchu walked over. Yes, Mingchu. Big Wu nodded. The dragon bone divine saber said in a strange tone. Okay, you have more people, I won't talk to you anymore. However, I'll sit and watch Xiao Han be executed tomorrow. Ha. After saying that, his figure disappeared. What junior brother Xiao Han did today is really satisfying. After hearing about it, I almost slapped the table and applauded. But it's quite tricky. Junior brother Xiao Han will break through the realm tomorrow and challenge history. This. Xiao Mingchu sighed. It's a pity that we can only watch from the sidelines and can't help junior brother Xiao Han. Let's see this kid's luck this time. Big Wu looked up at the night sky. I always feel that Xiao Han is not fated to die yet. Forget it, let's wait until tomorrow. The first ray of morning light rose from the horizon. The entire Monster Xia region was shrouded in a layer of mist. In the square in front of the Monster Xia Tower, thousands of monster cultivators stopped. Outside the square, in other areas of the Monster Xia region, hundreds of thousands of monster cultivators were looking forward. The scene was extremely quiet. At this moment, boom, a huge light screen appeared in the void of the Monster Xia region. There was nothing on the light screen, and it was white and flawless. What's this? Countless monster cultivators looked up at the light screen in confusion. At the same time, a majestic and invincible voice came from the Monster Xia Tower. Monster cultivators, welcome back to the Monster Xia region to watch the grand ceremony. Today, the rare genius of the Monster Xia region, young Xiao Han, is going to break through to the expanded Meridian realm. I've already provided him with a house of spirit that is 100 times stronger. Now, Xiao Han has entered the house of spirit that is 100 times stronger. Xiao Han killed a large number of monster cultivators in front of the Monster Xia Tower yesterday. He should be executed for his crimes. However, on account of Xiao Han's innate talent, I will make a bet with him. Today, Xiao Han will break through to the expanded Meridian realm. If he can break the history that I created back then, I'll pardon Xiao Han's crimes on behalf of the Pagoda Master and the many elders. If Xiao Han fails, then, he'll be executed on the spot. He won't be tolerated. Now, 6 or 7 out of 10 monster cultivators in the world have arrived at the Monster Xia region. Everyone, please be a witness. This light screen is connected to the house of spirit that Xiao Han is in. The situation of Xiao Han's meridian expansion will be reflected on the light screen at a glance. Everyone will know once they see it. Sect Master, if that's the case, junior brother Xiao Han's meridian expansion will be known to us immediately. Fang Ling stared at the light screen floating in the void with a solemn expression. I'm a little nervous. Xiao Mingchu's voice trembled slightly. Monster Xia Tower. Level 429. This level was filled with houses of spirit. There were 1,500 houses of spirit. They were divided into increasing the spiritual sense by 100 times. Spiritual sense by 10 times. Spiritual sense by 100 times. A woman who was about 16 years old had a beautiful face and an otherworldly aura. She wore a star hairpin on her head and wore a plain silk robe. She exuded a noble and pure aura from head to toe. That aura made people feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. She brought Xiao Han to a spirit house and handed a crystal key to him as she spoke in a serious tone. Xiao Han, this is a 100 times house of spirit. It's also the highest quality house of spirit on this level. You can enter now. She paused for a moment and said solemnly. Xiao Han, all the best. Good luck. Thank you, Senior Elaine. Xiao Han took the crystal key. To be continued. Chapter 395. Devil Hero Domain. At this moment, countless devil heroes had come to the Devil Hero Domain to observe Xiao Han's acupoint expansion ceremony. One must know that the current Xiao Han had already become a figure at the heart of the struggle. His experience was legendary. Last month, the master of the Hero Tower personally issued an obituary, announcing to the world that Xiao Han was dead. Then, Xiao Han's recent miraculous survival, and his unscrupulous slaughter of the hero warriors. Anything that Xiao Han had done was enough to become the topic of conversation for countless hero warriors. And now, he was going to challenge this dimension, the largest acupoint expansion in the history of the Devil Hero Domain. And this time, he was going to challenge history with his life. Countless devil heroes looked up at the light screen suspended in the void. In this light screen, Xiao Han's acupoint expansion would be reflected immediately, so that all the devil heroes in the world would know it like the back of their hands. The atmosphere was extremely tense, exciting, eye-catching, and shocking. Everyone held their breath. In private, there were also many heroes who used mental waves to communicate with each other through voice transmissions. Do you think Xiao Han can break history? The person who created the expanded acupoint realm and the person who expanded acupoints the most is the person who is ranked third on the monster hero ranking. When he first expanded his acupoint, it was 16 times. 10 times, it accumulated to 95 times. This result was unprecedented, and no one would be able to achieve it in the future. Let's see if Xiao Han can break it. But I think it's very uncertain. Think about it, how long has our dimension been around? This record of acupoint expansion has been maintained for countless eras. It's not something that can be broken easily. I estimate this record. It's our dimension. The upper limit of the acupoint expansion realm. TSK. Once Xiao Han fails, he will be executed. You can't say that. Records are made to be broken. New records will replace the old ones sooner or later. This is the law of all things. Wu Yu and the others were also nervous. Are we going to start? Xiao Ming Chu had always been lazy, arrogant, and carefree. Now, cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Brother Wu, tell me the truth. What do you think? The heavenly devil old man was not relaxed either. Wu Yu's eyes flickered. He thought for a moment before speaking. Xiao Han has already accumulated sufficient strength. It is already a matter of time before he reaches expanded acupoint realm. Moreover, he expanded the acupoints by multiple times. He would definitely surpass the beginning of the Ming dynasty. But, the first time Ming Chu had expanded his acupoints, he had only expanded them by 7 times. It's still a far cry from the creator of history's 16 times. In our plane, every ancient powerhouse is a monstrous genius who possesses unparalleled luck, talent, wisdom, and luck. According to what I know, most of the ancient powerhouses would only be able to expand their acupoints by around 10 times during their first attempt. Those with 12 times or 13 times were already considered geniuses. I really don't know what kind of results Xiao Han can achieve. However, breaking history was indeed extremely difficult. Alright, don't ask me anymore, my heart is starting to get nervous. Even Crow started to feel nervous. As for Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin, they were so scared that they did not dare to speak. The highest floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. This was a hazy space, and there were abundant vital energy fluctuations everywhere. White mist lingered, and the ground was also filled with white mist. No one knew how deep it was, and it was unimaginably magical. The ancient powerhouse that looked like a scholar had his hands behind his back, facing a floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the square and the vast Yaoxia domain. The ancient powerhouse that looked like a scholar looked into the distance and saw that the outside was filled with Yaoxia cultivators. Naturally, he could also see the huge light screen floating in the void. Behind the ancient powerhouse that looked like a scholar, there were dozens of ancient powerhouses sitting on the chairs. Their auras were as deep as the sea, ethereal, and the fragrance of sandalwood. Has Xiao Han already entered the 100 times House of Spirit? The ancient powerhouse that looked like a scholar said softly. He has already entered. He is about to break through to the next realm. Looking at Xiao Han's spirit, the first acupoint expansion should be extremely easy. Let's see the multiplier of the first acupoint expansion. A middle-aged beauty smiled gently. Generally speaking, the multiplier of the first acupoint expansion can be directly seen through the cumulative multiplier of the 10 acupoints expansion. So to judge whether Xiao Han can break the historical record set by Big Brother, we only need to observe the multiplier of the first acupoint expansion. Yes. An ancient powerhouse that had a square face nodded in agreement. Throughout history, when the human martial artists in our realm reach the acupoint expansion realm, the multiplier of the second acupoint expansion will almost always be weaker than the first. The multiplier of the third acupoint expansion will almost always be weaker than the second. Each acupoint expansion will be weaker than the last. That is why everyone says that the first acupoint expansion is extremely important. It can show one's future achievements. In history, there has never been a case where the multiplier of the second acupoint expansion was greater than the first. This is common sense. Therefore, if the multiplier of the first acupoint expansion is less than 16 times, then it will be considered a complete failure. Another ancient powerhouse said eloquently. Alright, quiet down. Now let us watch Xiao Han's performance. I hope that Xiao Han can create new history. The ancient powerhouse that looked like a scholar stared at the light screen outside the window and did not speak anymore. The 429th level of the Yaoxia Tower. Xiao Han took the crystal key from the hands of the experienced demon warrior, Elaine, who was in charge of this level. He turned around and opened the door. In an instant, the door closed automatically. This was a small room that was only 10 square meters in size. In the middle of the room, there was a futon. Other than that, there was nothing else. In the small room, there were white talismans floating in the air. These talismans were the size of a palm. They were like flying reeds and sacred leaves. They were mighty and majestic. Moreover, as soon as he entered this small house, Xiao Han felt that his spirit was gradually brightening up. It was like a knife that was placed on a whetstone and continuously sharpened. Very quickly, a bright light seeped out from between Xiao Han's eyebrows from his sea of consciousness. It was dazzling, crystal clear, and it lit up the entire house of insanity. Xiao Han's thoughts became clearer and clearer. Brighter and brighter. More and more profound. More and more penetrating. This is really amazing. The moment I entered the house of insanity, it was like it was a completely different world from the outside world. In here, my perception has greatly increased. It even seems like I've developed a mysterious sixth sense. Xiao Han clicked his tongue in wonder. The last time I exploded my acupoints, I entered a house of insanity that was 10 times stronger. And now, I've entered a house of insanity that was 100 times stronger. Indeed. In this house of insanity that was 100 times stronger, the sharpness of my spirit, qi, and spirit far exceeds that of the house of insanity that was 10 times stronger. It gives me a wonderful feeling of boundless space. Very quickly, Xiao Han walked to the futon in the middle of the room and sat down on it. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and looked down like an old monk in meditation. The position of this futon was the area where the talismans were the most concentrated. A series of talismans descended from the sky and wrapped around Xiao Han's body. They were all wrapped up. The talismans were like snowflakes. They merged into Xiao Han's cerebral cortex. Suddenly, Xiao Han's spirit became sharp and penetrating. It was like the bright sun shining in the clear sky. His entire brain seemed to have turned into a blue sky with white clouds. It was clean, without any dirt or shadow. The whole world was intoxicated with peach blossoms and infinite fragrance. In an instant, Xiao Han's spirit became clear. The minute changes in his body, such as his heartbeat, blood circulation, cell division and production, the contraction of his pores, the change in body temperature, the movement of his internal organs, all of them were clearly reflected in Xiao Han's mind. It was as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. There was even a ball of blazing light that seeped out from Xiao Han's brain and formed a halo that enveloped Xiao Han's head. This was the spiritual halo that was emitted when one's spirit was raised to a certain level. Under the cover of the spiritual halo, Xiao Han's reaction speed, thinking ability, and sensing ability all rose steadily. In fact, every minute thing that had happened in the past was like a trickling stream that flowed before Xiao Han's eyes. It allowed Xiao Han to easily recall many trivial things that had long been forgotten in the corner of his mind. Xiao Han was completely immersed in the wondrous state where his spirit and sense of touch had increased by 100 times. Under such a state, the position of Xiao Han's 51st acupoint was clearly reflected in his mind. Moreover, a ball of scorching light emitted from Xiao Han's body in the shape of a 5-pointed star. This was the 51st acupoint. Good, watch me, Xiao Han, break through the 51st acupoint, Xiao Han was about to gather his spirit power and break through the 51st acupoint in one go, but, pooh! The 51st acupoint had actually broken through by itself. As the 51st acupoint broke through, waves of true energy rippled out with Xiao Han as the center. Moreover, all the acupoints in Xiao Han's body began to wriggle, and every acupoint was expanding. Around Xiao Han's body, bright red flames that resembled epiphyllum flowers appeared. They flickered and entered Xiao Han's meridians and acupoints, condensing Xiao Han's body, blood vessels, muscles, and bones, expanding the capacity of Xiao Han's acupoints. During this process of condensing, Xiao Han's aura became more and more ferocious, and the quality of his true energy rose steadily. However, What's going on? Xiao Han was shocked. I wasn't even fully prepared, and the 51st acupoint broke through by itself. That's right, I understand now. With my life force, cultivation, and accumulation, the 51st acupoint should have been broken through long ago. It's just that back in Demon Metropolis, I didn't dare to break through to the next realm. I didn't dare to expand my acupoint. Now that I'm in the 100x room of spirit, my spirit power is highly concentrated, like a peerless blade showing off its sharpness. The 51st acupoint that I've been holding back for a long time finally couldn't be controlled anymore, and exploded on its own. This is a bit boring. I haven't even used my strength yet. Bang! All of a sudden, the acupoints in Xiao Han's body emitted a sound of explosion. This sound was extremely violent, like a landslide or tsunami, like thousands of volcanoes erupting together. Double the acupoint. Bang! All the acupoints in his body exploded once again. Double the acupoint. Bang! Another explosion. Space trembled. Triple the acupoint. Xiao Han mysteriously broke through the 51st acupoint, exploding it 13 times. This meant that the first time he expanded his acupoint by 13 times. After a long time, Xiao Han's 51st acupoint finally stabilized. Expand my acupoint by 13 times? Xiao Han was shocked and confused. No way. I wasn't prepared at all. Automatically exploding my acupoint. I was completely caught off guard. No way. No way. When he was breaking through the 52nd acupoint. I have to focus and control it. I can't just explode it passively. Very quickly, Xiao Han calmed his mind and wholeheartedly focused on the position of the 52nd acupoint. Outside the Yaoxia Tower. The light screen floating in the void finally had a strong fluctuation. He's starting to expand his acupoint. Xiao Han is starting to expand his acupoint. Immediately, in the square. One of the heroes couldn't help but roar. At the same time, bang. 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 Bang! On the light screen, there were also explosions. Every explosion would form a red circular pattern on the light screen. It was not until 13 red circular patterns were left on the light screen that the explosions stopped. Silence. The entire square was extremely quiet. The entire Yaoxia region. It was extremely quiet. Countless Yaoxia stared at the light screen with their mouths agape. After a few hundred breaths, on the light screen, true chi waves exploded 13 times. Xiao Han successfully broke through the 51st acupoint. The first time, 13 times. In the square, there was a sharp roar. Oh no. Suddenly, Wu Yu blurted out, Xiao Han's first time expanding his acupoint by 13 times. This is a level that only a genius among geniuses can achieve, but it's still a long way from breaking the record. Sect leader, this is bad. Xiao Mingchu's face was also pale, trembling. Compared to the historical record, it's 3 times worse. On the highest level of the Yaoxia Pagoda, 13 times. The scholar-like giant stared at the light screen outside the window, frowning deeply. He's indeed a genius, but Xiao Han lost. Several ancient giants blurted out. Humph. He called himself a genius and kept bragging about himself, saying that he wanted to create a new history of expanding acupoints. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. What can I say now? The first time, it's only 13 times. It's almost destined that he won't be able to break the record. Xiao Han should die. A madman like him should be punished severely. The ancient giant who was trapped in the demon city by Xiao Han stood up and said in a strange tone. Let's observe a little longer. The scholar-like giant's face was also a little ugly. Xiao Han is indeed likely to lose this bet. In the House of Vigor with 100 times. Xiao Han's eyes were tightly shut. In Xiao Han's body, there was a bright halo that was shaped like a 5-pointed star. That was the location of the 50-second acupoint. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to open the 50-second acupoint. He was preparing. I, Xiao Han, have dominated the 4 seas, crushing everything with my strength. The winner is king, and I seek life in death. I, Xiao Han, have experienced many tough battles and hovered between life and death. I participated in the Demon Hero selection competition and narrowly escaped death. I fought against Demon Emperor Qing Lin and killed him. I fell into the dwelling of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's totem and almost died in the stomach of a beast. I encountered the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, and in a situation where I had no chance of winning, I turned defeat into victory and killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. I smashed the ancient giant Li Fanming with one punch. I entered the demon metropolis alone. In this world, no human dares to enter the demon metropolis. Even the ancient giant would instantly turn into ashes and die a violent death. But I, Xiao Han, dare to do so. In the demon metropolis, I kill ordinary demon emperors. I kill mutant demon emperors. I kill ultimate mutant demon emperors. I am possessed by an invincible demon god. My accumulation is invincible in the world. Out of all the humans in the world, at my age, which one of them had the same experience as me? Which one of them has the heaven-defying accumulation that I have? Xiao Han's spirit became more and more intense. In his body, streams of light flickered, and his whole body glowed with dazzling light and vitality. In the end, every cell and every pore of his was closely connected to the void. In his body, there was a hymn singing, and balls of great true qi wrapped around his body, appearing and disappearing along with his aura. In his mind, spirit surged, and even his soul became more condensed and solid. His entire brain region was in turmoil, as though a giant was about to split the heavens and earth apart. All right. The time has come. The 50-second true acupoint, open it for me. Roar. Xiao Han let out a loud roar. This roar contained all of Xiao Han's spirit and strength. Pooh! The 50-second true acupoint directly exploded. Double the acupoint. Double the acupoint. Bang, triple the acupoint. Bang. 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 Suddenly, Xiao Han stood up. His entire body was filled with pure light, without any impurities. The true acupoints in his body kept exploding, and the number was multiplying. After a long time, the sound of the explosion finally stopped. Xiao Han successfully opened the 50-second true acupoint. Expand the acupoint by 50 times. For the first time, Xiao Han was completely unprepared, and was caught off guard. He only expanded the acupoint by 13 times. However, for the second time, after some preparation, Xiao Han suddenly exploded, and directly expanded the acupoint by 50 times. He had completely and perfectly displayed all the knowledge he had accumulated throughout his life. The potential of his life was displayed. The 2 times, Xiao Han expanded the acupoint by 63 times. Xiao Han still had a total of 8 chances left. To be continued. Chapter 396. Xiao Han had broken through the 50-second acupoint. The second acupoint expansion. The acupoint expansion reached 50 times. Shocking the world. At this moment, Xiao Han could only feel that every acupoint of his had a great increase in sensitivity to the surrounding true qi. In fact, every single acupoint produced a vortex that devoured the Jin qi that was drifting in the house of Psyche like a whale. Xiao Han's body moved casually and he could feel countless true qi surging towards him and pouring into his acupoints. Streams of true qi formed from the condensation of true qi and made a sizzling sound. Endless true qi wrapped around Xiao Han. Waves surged and appeared and disappeared. Good. Good. Very good. Xiao Han's heart was neither sad nor happy. He was not complacent because of this result. It was just a self-evaluation. Now that the capacity of the acupoints has increased, I can cultivate even more powerful true qi skills in the future. My accumulation is far from this. Continue to break through the acupoints. Buzz, the position of the 53rd acupoint appeared in Xiao Han's body. It was bright and clear. Xiao Han sat down cross-legged and began to accumulate energy. He was about to break through the acupoint for the third time. Outside the Yaoxia Tower. Silence. Complete silence. Hundreds of thousands of Yaoxia stared at the light screen floating in the air like clay statues. On the light screen, there was a second wave of true qi explosion. After 50 explosions, 50 red circular patterns were left behind. This indicated that Xiao Han's second acupoint expansion had reached 50 times. The expressions on the faces of every chivalrous swordsman stiffened. Some of the Yaoxia saw that Xiao Han's first acupoint expansion was only 13 times. It was far from being comparable to the historical founder's first acupoint expansion. Then, they thought of Xiao Han's shameless words. Pretentious. They all felt a sense of schadenfreude. Their expressions were filled with ridicule and mockery. However, at this moment, their mockery was frozen on their faces. They were as cold as unborn babies. Then, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They rubbed their eyes and looked at the red circular patterns on the light screen. They counted over and over again, their hearts filled with disbelief, after a long time. Impossible. This is completely impossible. In the expanded acupoint realm, one had to expand one's acupoints by 10 times each time. How difficult was that? This was Xiao Han's first time expanding his meridians by 13 times. Forget it, he expanded his meridians for the second time. How could it surpass the first time? This was something that had never happened before in history. The multiplier of the acupoint enlargement could only be less and less, it was impossible to exceed it. Xiao Han's second acupoint expansion was 50 times. How could it be so abnormal? Reaching the heavens in a single bound, reaching the heavens in a single bound. Such talent, if it is true, in our plane, no, in countless planes, he will be an immortal legend. Suddenly, one of the giants from ancient times began to howl. He had completely lost control of himself, and it seemed like his mind was about to collapse. The next moment, the entire Yaoxia domain was in an uproar. It was completely boiling. Second meridian expansion. 50 times. Monster. A miracle. A miracle. Is Xiao Han not human? Could he be an immortal who had descended to the mortal world and reincarnated? Ah. Sect leader. Junior brother Xiao Han. 2 times of meridian expansion and the accumulated result is 63 times. 2 times of meridian expansion and the result is more than the result of 10 times of meridian expansion. Xiao Mingqiu also roared crazily. His face was filled with excitement and shock. Sect leader, our pure maiden sect has risen. Our pure maiden sect has given birth to a divine talent that has not been seen in billions of years. Our pure maiden sect has completely flourished. Good lad. If this goes on, he will become an immortal sooner or later. He will become a real immortal. Wu Yu clenched his fists tightly, unable to control himself. On the highest floor of the Yaoxia Tower, Pu, the beautiful middle-aged giant, had completely lost her elegance and restraint. She spat out a mouthful of fragrant tea that was in her mouth. Then, her fragrant body jumped several zhang high and landed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She stared blankly at the light screen that was suspended in the void. 50. 50. 50 times? At the same time, the dozens of giants who had been sitting down all jumped up one by one, scratching their ears and cheeks, beating their chests and stamping their feet, and howling at the top of their lungs. Second meridian expansion by 50 times. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All the giants rushed to the window and slammed their hands on it, as if they were having a seizure. The bearing of an immortal. I'm afraid there is no monster like Shao Han in the entire universe. The second meridian expansion is multiple times more than the first meridian expansion, breaking the rules, crushing history, and obliterating everything. Good. That's great. The giant who looked like a scholar let out a long cry. I didn't expect such a person to appear in an ordinary plane like ours. Is this the legendary quality of becoming an immortal? Is this the undefeatable person who will sweep through the entire universe in the future? After a pause, he forced himself to calm down. All of you, be quiet. All of you are giants of the ancient times, yet you can't keep your composure? Now, let's see if Shao Han can break through the 53rd meridian and proceed with the third meridian expansion. The third meridian expansion is extremely important. Now, it seems that Shao Han's third meridian expansion is far more important than his first meridian expansion by 100 or even 1,000 times. For any martial artist, after entering the meridian expansion realm, the first meridian expansion was the most important. But this elementary scholar said that Shao Han's third meridian expansion was 100 or even 1,000 times more important than the first. The group of ancient powerhouses looked at the scholar with blank eyes. Shao Han is a person with extraordinary talent. We can no longer use common sense to measure him. The elementary scholar quickly explained. His first meridian expansion was only 13 times. But, the second meridian expansion is many times more powerful than the first, reaching 50 times. This was unprecedented, an extraordinary, and transcendent matter. But, we all know that for a meridian expansion realm martial artist, the multiple meridian expansion is closely related to one's luck, accumulation, life force, talent, hard work. Not a single one can be left out. Now, I'm worried that Shao Han's second meridian expansion will be too fierce. Big brother, I understand what you mean. You're worried that Shao Han's second meridian expansion will be useless. All of his life force and accumulation will be used up. All of it will be used up. That's right. According to common sense, the 10 meridian expansions should be done one at a time, step by step, neither too fast nor too slow. It's like boiling a frog in warm water. Once Shao Han's second meridian expansion uses up all of his chips, then, during the third meridian expansion, it's very possible that he will lose 1,000 li in one go, his life force will decline. The beautiful middle-aged woman said. I understand. If Shao Han squeezes out all of his potential during the second meridian expansion, then not only will he find it difficult to move forward during the third meridian expansion, he might even become exhausted. It's hard to advance even an inch, and it's even possible for one's mind and body to be exhausted. Their hair will turn white overnight, and they will grow old in an instant. The square-faced giant also nodded continuously. Humph. There must be a reason for this abnormality. What ability does Shao Han have to be able to defy the heavens? He was just a competitive and stupid person who was intoxicated by his success. The second meridian expansion, forcefully burning his life force, I don't think that he will be able to expand his meridian for the third time. It's possible that during the third meridian expansion, he'll be terrified. 5 times, or even 1 or 2 times. If that happens, he'll be crippled. The giant that was trapped in Demon City said with a gloomy face. Forget it. Let's not talk about it for now. Just observe carefully. The scholar of eternity said straightforwardly. According to my estimation, Shao Han's third meridian expansion will not exceed his second. He's immortal after all, and it's impossible for him to have such a strong heart and accumulation. However, as long as the multiplier of his third meridian point expansion was the same as the first time, then Shao Han would truly rise to power. Otherwise, it'll be a flash in the pan. Sky's Devil Old Man, Xiao Han's third meridian expansion is extremely crucial. I'm also worried that Xiao Han's second meridian expansion will be too ferocious and he'll use up all of his life's accumulation. After a brief moment of surprise, the black-haired old man calmed himself down. The third meridian expansion, either Xiao Han soars to the sky, or he stops here. Yes, it's too extreme. There can only be two results. The Sky's Devil Old Man nodded in agreement. Success or failure will depend on the third meridian expansion. Yaoxia Pagoda. 100 times Room of Vigor. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, his body surrounded by light and mist. His face was expressionless, and he looked solemn. His whole body was glowing. Wang wang wang, the position of the 53rd meridian continued to squirm, emitting a soft hum. Is this the position of the 53rd meridian? As expected, in the 100 times Room of Vigor, he could clearly feel it. I, Xiao Han, have experienced many trials and tribulations to reach this day. My wisdom has grown, and I've gotten rid of the fear of death. I've tempered my spirit and tempered my will to become incomparably sharp, without any impurities. No amount of terror or pain can shake my heart. My, Xiao Han's, accumulation is rare in this world. In this plane, even the ancient giants, elders, and even the Tower Master couldn't reach my level when they were the same age as me. Alright, the 53rd meridian, explode. Ho, Xiao Han let out another ferocious roar, and his aura rose once again. White tiger leaves the forest. Azure dragon returns to the sea. Pooh, the 53rd meridian forcefully exploded. Suddenly, all the meridian in Xiao Han's body emitted an explosive sound. The sound was extremely violent, like a landslide and tsunami, like thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time. It was like thousands of demons roaring together. Bang, double the meridian. Bang, all the meridian in his body exploded again. Double the meridian. Bang, another explosion. Space trembled. Triple the meridian. Bang. 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 Third expansion. When all the meridian in Xiao Han's body stabilized and no longer expanded, Xiao Han understood. He broke through the 53rd meridian, and the third expansion reached 80 times. The first expansion was 13 times. The second expansion was 50 times. The third expansion was 80 times. It accumulated to 143 times. Rising steadily. Never weakening. Outside the Yaoxia Tower. In the plaza. The curtain of light floating in the void was constantly triggering true energy fluctuations and explosions. 80 consecutive explosions. The scene was eerily quiet. One could hear a pin drop. After an unknown period of time, he won. Xiao Han won. He broke history. He has completely broken history. One of the demon warriors screamed. Ha 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 ha. My cloud sex Xiao Han expanded his meridian 3 times and has accumulated to 143 times. Surpassing the ancients. I'm afraid there will be no one like him in the future. Ha 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 ha. Crow laughed hysterically. On the highest floor of the demon warrior tower. Xiao Han, he won. The scholar was in a daze. The third acupoint expansion is actually, even fiercer than the second. Immortal ascension quality. This is the immortal grade. Compared to him, I am like a firefly competing with the moon. I am ashamed. To be continued. Chapter 397. Xiao Han opened the 53rd acupoint in one go, completing the third acupoint expansion. Moreover, Xiao Han did not burn his life potential in the process of the second acupoint expansion, as Xiaocai and the others had feared. On the contrary, the multiplier of the third acupoint expansion was even greater than the second. The third acupoint expansion was 80 times. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was free of dust and dirt. The abundant true qi turned into wind, dragon and tiger. His temperament was like that of a god descending to earth. My accumulation and potential are still enough for me to continue. Xiao Han began to sense the location of the 54th acupoint. However, at this moment, in the entire chivalrous region, countless chivalrous heroes were in a state of great shock, great excitement, and great confusion. In the void in the sky, there were 143 clear red circular patterns, representing Xiao Han's accumulated acupoint expansion of 143 times. In the history of the chivalrous world, the first person to expand acupoint by 16 times for the first time and 95 times for the cumulative acupoint expansion. Although Xiao Han's first time expanding acupoint by 13 times was a bit clumsy, his cumulative acupoint expansion had already surpassed the first person to expand acupoint in this realm. What was even more terrifying was that Xiao Han had only expanded his acupoint 3 times. He still had 7 chances to continuously break the record. What was even more terrifying was that Xiao Han's continuous expansion of acupoint expansion was in a state of gradual increase. Each time was fiercer than the last. There was no sign of decline or decline. Then, what would happen next? The fortune of this realm. Xiao Han's strong rise will be the fortune of this realm. A yellow-clothed old man raised his hands. He looked up at the sky. Tears streamed down his face. It's Qiu Qiantai. Not far away. Crow looked at the yellow-clothed old man, frowned slightly, and said to the Heavenly Devil Old Man, this Qiu Qiantai is known as the #1 chivalrous hero of the Great Wilderness. On the chivalrous hero ranking, he is ranked 101. He is known as the #1 among the ancient giants. He has all kinds of methods. He is no weaker than the ancient giants who are ranked lower. He is a very difficult person to deal with. At this moment, in the square, many chivalrous heroes looked at Qiu Qiantai 143 times. Even if Xiao Han stopped here and didn't create any more miracles in the following meridians, this result alone was enough for him to build a solid foundation. Once his true qi transformed into true talismans, he could then set up talisman formations. Forge a magic treasure, open the eye of the heavens. He will become our plane. A leading figure of the new generation. Once he becomes an immortal, TSK, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. Our plane of existence will also be blessed with glory. When that time comes, we can casually receive some immortal qi from the upper realm, and our plane of existence will give birth to immortals one after another. From now on, this plane of ours will change. It will flourish and prosper. Wiping out the demon race was just around the corner, and the unification of the human race could be realized. Ha 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 ha. Qiu Qiantai burst into tears. Is that so? Senior Qiu, it seems that after the Tower Master and the elders come out of seclusion, they won't hold Xiao Han responsible for killing the evil heroes? A young evil hero standing beside Qiu Qiantai couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Punish my ass. Xiao Han will soon become the leading figure of our plane of existence. He will lead our plane of existence to a bright future. Who would dare to punish him? Killing one person is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero, killing 1,000,000 is a hero among heroes. This is the Xiao Han we are talking about. Qiu Qiantai scolded sternly. On the highest floor of the evil hero tower. Now, this group of ancient giants were in a state of near insanity. I lost. The ancient giant who looked like a scholar said with a trembling voice. Defeated. 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 However, I am convinced of my defeat. Xiao Han's meridians are getting fiercer and more powerful each time. He is #1 in our plane of existence, and he will definitely be outstanding in other planes. Good. I think the Tower Master and the elders will be very pleased when they come out of seclusion. In our ordinary plane of existence, I am afraid that only one demon like Xiao Han will be born after countless eras. Alright, everyone sit down. Wait for Xiao Han to come out of seclusion. Once Xiao Han comes out of seclusion, we will immediately prepare a grand banquet to celebrate. The ancient giant said enthusiastically. The other ancient giants nodded their heads in agreement. The ancient giant who was previously trapped in the demon city by Xiao Han had a gloomy expression on his face. He sat there without saying a word. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as his mind continued to calculate. Xiao Han, this little bastard, is really abnormal. His rise is unstoppable. However, there is already enmity between me and Xiao Han. With his personality, I am afraid that he will take the initiative to suppress me once he grows stronger. Otherwise, I will find a chance to get rid of him while he is still young. All kinds of sinister plots and schemes started to form in the ancient giant's mind. At the evil hero tower. 100 times spirit room. Suddenly, from Xiao Han's body, 53 five-pointed stars were emitted. Each of the five-pointed stars formed a world of its own, encompassing the universe, swallowing the 9 continents and containing a huge amount of true qi. With a slight thought from Xiao Han, numerous Jinqi dragons, Jinqi tigers, and Jinqi cranes rushed out from every meridian in Xiao Han's body, releasing boundless power. Furthermore, the quality of the true qi was extraordinarily high. It was not something that Xiao Han could compare with before he reached the expanding acupoint realm. True qi. I, Xiao Han, have finally obtained a powerful true qi. With the support of his true qi divine art, the power of his attacks would be much more ferocious than the pure power of his fleshly body. There are thousands of ways to achieve the same goal. However, the cultivation of true qi is the true path. Only then can one become an immortal. Only then can one attain the Tao. With a powerful true qi, one can break the worldview of others and perform all kinds of unimaginable things. Flying through the air, controlling fire and water, lightning and golden rays. Their strength is boundless and boundless. It can even extend one's lifespan. At this moment, Xiao Han's every move was filled with an incomparable aura. In the next moment, the 54th acupoint, open. Proceed with the 4th acupoint expansion. Pooh, the 54th acupoint was opened under Xiao Han's powerful mental strength, will, aura, and foundation. Accumulation. Under all kinds of impacts. It directly exploded. There was no suspense. Bang, 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 consecutive explosions. From within Xiao Han's body. A gust of wind rushed out, causing the entire mental house to shake. When the aftermath of the explosion stabilized, the 4th acupoint expansion, 120 times. The accumulated acupoint expansion. 263 times. Xiao Han once again gathered his mental strength, aura, and accumulated to break through the 55th acupoint. He was going to proceed with the 5th acupoint expansion. The glory he obtained from the previous 4 acupoints expansion. Xiao Han threw it to the back of his mind. At this moment, his state of mind was as calm as still water. There was not the slightest bit of arrogance or impetuosity. It was as if everything was just a matter of course. Boundless sacred light continuously shone on Xiao Han's body. Boom, the 55th acupoint exploded. Waves of true qi storms immediately swept across. Bang, 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 the 55th acupoint. They exploded together, forming a chaotic scene. But in an instant, they were reforged. After the reforging, the capacity of the new acupoint increased. Not only could it hold more true qi, but it also made Xiao Han's life form stronger. In the future, the path of true qi cultivation would be wider. I also understand a little. To expand acupoints more than ordinary people, there are 3 important points. The first is a strong flesh shell. This point, senior brother Xiao Mingchu has already told me in the past. And now, my flesh shell is as strong as a wild beast of the great wilderness. Just the strength of my flesh shell alone has 53 million ding, surpassing the pure strength of countless monsters' flesh shell. The second is the tempering and transformation of the mind, and it depends on the accumulation. In terms of accumulation, my accumulation is too huge and indescribable. The third is the mental strength. My mental strength is clear, pure, and untainted. I have comprehended the great success stage saber intent and can slash through nothingness. And I am a transmigrator with 2 souls. My mental strength is strong enough. I have fulfilled the 3 conditions that determine the expansion of acupoints. My expansion of acupoints is not something ordinary people can compare to. The 5th acupoint expansion, 180 times. The accumulated acupoint expansion, 443 times. Unprecedented, and no one in the future. Outside the Yaoxia Pagoda. The place was filled with madness and screams. Xiao Han has already accumulated the acupoint expansion by 443 times. Crazy, this is really crazy. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Wuli was also excited to the point that he was in a mess. Sect Master. This disciple knows. It must be because junior brother Xiao Han's physical strength is ridiculously strong. The stronger the physical body, the more beneficial it is to expand acupoints. Xiao Mingchu said loudly. No. Not only is his physical body strong. Xiao Han must have experienced extremely dangerous things. He faced a desperate situation and came back from the dead. His mind has been tempered to become bright and flawless. What exactly did he experience? 2 months ago, he went to carry out a mission. What was that mission? Wuli said with a trembling voice. And on the top floor of the Demon Hero Pagoda, there was a group of ancient giants. Right now, they were already numb from the shock of Xiao Han breaking the record continuously. Each of them sat paralyzed with a dull look in their eyes. Demon Hero Pagoda. Spirit House. Demon God. You want to seize my body. How can I, Xiao Han, sit and wait for death? One day, I, Xiao Han, will kill you. Roar. Xiao Han's willpower was becoming more and more tenacious. During the process of expanding his acupoints, he actually developed a battle intent towards the demon god. This battle intent turned into a shockwave. All of a sudden, 56th true acupoint, open for me. Boom, the 6th acupoint expansion, 200 times. The accumulated acupoint expansion was 643 times. The 7th acupoint expansion, 260 times. The accumulated acupoint expansion was 903 times. The 7th acupoint expansion, 300 times. The accumulated acupoint expansion was 1,203 times. The 8th acupoint expansion, 350 times. The accumulated acupoint expansion was 1,553 times. The 9th acupoint expansion, 400 times. The accumulated acupoint expansion was 1,953 times. The 10th acupoint expansion, the last acupoint expansion. Xiao Han's eyes were sharp. All of a sudden, his body was surrounded by endless saber light. The great accomplishment realm saber intent was directly unleashed. A wisp of natal saber chi wriggled like a dragon and kept jumping in the air, constantly teleporting. Xiao Han's mental strength had also condensed to an extreme point. After the 9th acupoint expansion, my accumulation is almost exhausted. The last acupoint expansion, I will use my natal saber chi to directly cut, 60th true acupoint. Open for me. Boom, with a thought from Xiao Han, that strand of natal saber chi was like a tornado, killing towards the 60th acupoint in his body. The speed of the natal saber chi was close to the speed of light. The vibration was so intense that even the heavens and earth resonated. The airflow in the spirit house rippled wildly. Where the natal saber chi vibrated, tornadoes appeared, piercing through the void and destroying all 6 paths. The last acupoint expansion. With his accumulation almost exhausted, He used his natal saber chi. All out. To be continued. Chapter 398. Today, in the book review section, a reader said that I made a mistake and had twice expanded the 7th acupoint. I took a look and found that it was true. Sorry, it was a mistake, so I have changed it back. 9 times, a total of 1,553 times. Minus the extra 400 times. It will not affect any reading. Monster Hero Pagoda. 100 times in the House of Vigor. Xiao Han expanded his acupoint. At this moment, Xiao Han had already successfully opened the 59th acupoint. He had completed 9 expansions, and the cumulative expansion had reached 1553 times. He was once the first person to expand his acupoint in this plane, but he had only expanded his acupoint by 95 times. Compared to Xiao Han's achievement, it was a complete loss. He was definitely a complete loss to Xiao Han. Despicable. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. They were not on the same level. At this moment, Xiao Han was trying his best to open the 60th acupoint and complete the last expansion. However, after expanding his meridians 9 times in a row, he continued to climb higher and higher. Under the great pressure, his aura was like a rainbow, like a hot knife cutting through butter. However, it also exhausted all of Xiao Han's life's accumulation. Yes, Xiao Han's accumulation was indeed vigorous, but it could not withstand such a crazy consumption. Now, Xiao Han was slightly strained to open the 60th acupoint. But, Xiao Han still had his saber intent. His mental strength had been tempered to the point where it was free of dust and dirt. His mental strength had given birth to the great accomplishment saber chi. This saber intent was unparalleled. Moreover, it contained Xiao Han's heart. It also contained Xiao Han's feelings. At the same time, poo-poo, it came from Xiao Han's soul. It burst forth from Xiao Han's soul. It was as if something had shattered. It's the 7-fragment saber technique. In a split second, Xiao Han had an epiphany. This desperate move to open the acupoint, the 7 emotions of the 7-fragment saber technique. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, love, evil. 6 desires. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, will, all shattered. Clean and clean. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's natal saber chi emitted a bright and proud sound. Xiao Han's saber heart was illuminated. The entire House of Vigor was filled with dazzling saber light. Xiao Han's life force suddenly reached its peak. Now, Xiao Han's great accomplishment saber intent had completely stabilized. It was the best consolidation. It was flawless and without any flaws. It was like the bright sun in the clear sky, and it could be said to be perfect. After shattering the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures, Xiao Chen casually chopped out with his saber, forgetting about the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures, forgetting about victory and defeat, forgetting about honor and disgrace. He poured out all his energy, battle intent, and saber intent in an instant, causing this saber strike to be flawless and pure. He had reached the realm of transcending mortality and entering holiness. It was extremely powerful. He could become a saint, could defy the heavens. Pooh! The flawless natal saber chi directly struck the 60th acupoint in Xiao Han's body. Bang! Successful acupoint explosion. Hong! All of a sudden, Xiao Han's body exploded. A giant mushroom cloud, with Xiao Han's body as the center, swept out in all directions. The entire house of exorcism was filled with flying sand and stones. It was dim, lightless, and on the verge of collapse. Peng 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 peng, increase acupoints by 1-fold. Expand acupoints by 2 times. Expand the acupoints by 3 times. Consecutive explosions. The berserk chi surged and spun continuously, like many chi dragons crashing into the walls of the room. The walls of the house of exorcism were full of holes, and it was a scene of devastation. Moreover, the air in the house of exorcism collapsed, disappeared, and evaporated from the explosions. The power was unparalleled. The sounds of explosions were endless, indicating that Xiao Han's last acupoint expansion was still going strong. 100 times. 200 times. 300 times. Extreme madness. Outside the Yaoxia Pagoda. The light screen hovering in the air was also constantly emitting waves of true energy and explosions. Every explosion left a red circular pattern in the air. Now, the entire light screen was densely packed with countless red circular patterns. Countless Yaoxia in the Yaoxia region had a nervous breakdown. They counted in unison as if they had lost their minds. 497 times 498 times 499 times 500 times, their voices were uniform. All the Yaoxia seemed to be possessed. On the highest floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Roar. Xiao Han's 10th acupoint expansion actually directly increased by hundreds of times. Unbelievable. A miracle. The reincarnation of an immortal. He must be the reincarnation of an immortal. 609,610,611, the scholar-like giant of all ages had also completely gone mad. Yaoxia Pagoda. 100 times in the house of exorcism. Bang! The last explosion was completed. Xiao Han's entire body's aura gradually retracted. The 60 true acupoints gradually stabilized. 1,000 times. The last acupoint expansion, my saber intent is approaching perfection. My heart, battle intent, and saber intent, the combination of the three has pushed my entire aura to the peak. As a result, my 10th acupoint expansion has reached 1,000 times. Xiao Han himself felt as if he was in a dream. The 10th acupoint expansion is over, and my expanding acupoint realm is officially over. The accumulated 10 times of acupoint expansion is 2,553 times. At this moment, the 51st to 60th true acupoint had already been bombarded by Xiao Han, allowing him to complete his cultivation in the expanding acupoint realm. He had also completed a total of 10 acupoints expansion. From the aspect of cultivating true qi, completing 10 acupoints expansion meant that he had entered the next level. In the cultivation of true qi, he had taken the most important step. From then on, Xiao Han could be considered as a true qi expert. Endless trials. Endless opportunities, endless transformations on the line between life and death, courageously advancing, dominating the world, crushing everything. This allowed Xiao Han to finally perfect his acupoint expansion. The current Xiao Han no longer doubted his own cultivation in the aspect of true qi. Before this, Xiao Han was only strong in the flesh. His demonic techniques were strong, but his true qi cultivation was a mess. But now, the accumulated 10 times of acupoint expansion had reached a monstrous 2,553 times. He was already the fully deserving number one in this realm. One must know that the more acupoint expansion, the more stable one's foundation was. In the future, the talisman formation realm, the true treasure realm required the foundation of the acupoint expansion. The more acupoint expansion, the better. The greater one's achievements in the future. The current giant of all ages, who was ranked third on the Monster Hero ranking board, had only created a history of 95 times of acupoint expansion. This allowed him to achieve the glorious achievements he had today, reaching the peak of the human realm and becoming a minister of the people. Xiao Han's acupoint expansion far exceeded this giant of all ages. One could imagine how monstrous Xiao Han's achievements would be in the future. It was indeed possible for him to become a celestial. However, after the 10 times of acupoint expansion, Xiao Han felt like he had been squeezed dry. His entire body was exhausted, and he couldn't help but lie on the ground. However, the corner of his mouth curled into a relieved smile. Good, all the trials and tribulations before this weren't for nothing. Everything was worth it. Xiao Han silently examined himself, and discovered that each of his true meridians had formed their own space, forming a minor world, a palace, an ocean, a sky, and a land. His mind wave casually swept into one of the acupoints, and he saw that there was a door outside the acupoint. This door seemed to be 1,000 feet tall, reaching into the clouds. It was embedded in his body, and it was completely transparent, as if it was made of crystal, but it was very sturdy. Within the door, there seemed to be a celestial cave abode. One acupoint, one world. It could contain a huge amount of true qi, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Currently, Xiao Han had opened 60 acupoints in his body, and under the premise of not expanding acupoints, each acupoint could hold 1,000 ding of force. His pure Jinqi strength was 60,000 ding. Now that his acupoints had been expanded 2,553 times, Xiao Han's pure Jinqi strength had reached a terrifying 150 million ding. Even Xiao Han himself was a little frightened by this power. Shangguan Wudi had once analyzed the combat strength of the various stages of the Jinqi realm to Xiao Han. For example, after Shangguan Wudi had expanded his acupoints 10 times, his pure Jinqi strength was only 4 to 5 million ding. In other words, when Shangguan Wudi was at the pinnacle of the acupoint expansion realm, if he were to encounter the current Xiao Han, even without using his physical strength or demonic techniques, Xiao Han could still crush Shangguan Wudi with just his Jinqi. After Shangguan Wudi entered the talisman-shaping realm, he had 10 chances to cleanse his true talisman, and increase the quality of his Jinqi strength by several times. After 10 times of cleansing his true talisman, Shangguan Wudi's Jinqi quality had increased by 81 times, allowing his pure Jinqi strength to reach 400 to 500 million ding. Currently, Xiao Han was at the pinnacle of the acupoint expansion realm, and his Jinqi had yet to transform into talismans. Thus, his pure Jinqi strength was still unable to match up to some talisman-shaping realm pinnacle experts. However, once Xiao Han started to transform his Jinqi into true talismans, it would be a different story. So, the acupoint expansion realm is just a foundation for the talisman-shaping realm, Xiao Han understood. Even if I expand my acupoints by several thousand times, would only be able to unleash less than 200 million ding of pure Jinqi strength. Thus, Xiao Han needed to transform his Jinqi into true talismans. Once he transformed his Jinqi into true talismans, even if Xiao Han's result was the same as Shangguan Wudi's 10 times of cleansing his true talismans and increasing the quality of his Jinqi by 81 times, Xiao Han would still be able to unleash 1 billion ding of pure Jinqi strength. To possess such strength at the talisman-shaping realm, what kind of concept was that? After Shangguan Wudi reached the true treasure realm, even if he were to drive all of his Jinqi and augment it with the yin-yang destruction great Jinqi, he would only be able to unleash a maximum offensive strength of 10 billion ding. On the other hand, Xiao Han possessed 1 billion ding of pure Jinqi strength at the talisman-shaping realm. Even if he were to augment it with a trashy Jinqi divine art, he would be able to defeat Shangguan Wudi, who was at the true treasure realm. A talisman-shaping realm cultivator defeating a true treasure realm cultivator. This was the benefit of having a strong foundation when expanding one's acupoints. Furthermore, Xiao Han was only using Shangguan Wudi's results when he was at the talisman-shaping realm. If Xiao Han could be as monstrous as the acupoint expansion realm when he was still at the talisman-shaping realm, raising the quality of his Jinqi by 1,000 times, then he would be able to sweep through this plane with just a flip of his hand. Like picking up grass. The acupoint expansion realm is still a foundation. Right now, my foundation is very solid, but to convert this foundation into fighting prowess, I still have to reach the talisman-shaping realm. It won't be easy for me to achieve the same results as when I was at the acupoint expanding realm. That's because my accumulation has already been depleted during the 10 times of expanding my acupoints. I have to accumulate again. However, it won't be easy to accumulate the same amount as when I was at the acupoint expanding realm. Do I have to make another trip to the demon metropolis and fight against those demon emperors again? Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Now. His starting point was too high, and it was very difficult to surpass himself. He had to accumulate more than before. Forget it, I don't care so much. Xiao Han was now seriously exhausted. His eyelids were heavy, and he just wanted to sleep. I've won the bet. I'm sure those ancient authorities won't make things difficult for me or hold me accountable for killing the demon hero. Phew. I just want to return to the pure cloud sect and have a good rest. Xiao Han was overwhelmed by fatigue. Outside the demon hero pagoda. In the square, 1,000 times. Xiao Han's 10th acupoint expansion actually expanded it 1,000 times. The accumulated acupoint expansion reached 2,553 times. The gods have descended. The gods have descended. The entire demon hero region was completely ignited. In every corner of the Yaoxia domain, there was a huge uproar. Immediately, immortal descending, reincarnation of immortal, god descending. These titles were given to Xiao Han by many demon heroes. On the highest level of the demon hero tower. Xiao Han. We must nurture him. We have to nurture him at all costs. This is a talent. A heaven-defying talent. In the future, it will affect the rise and fall of our plane. Before this, all the mistakes that Xiao Han has made will be erased. No one is allowed to make things difficult for Xiao Han. The ancient scholar howled at the top of his lungs. To be continued. Chapter 399. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in the spirit house to recuperate. Not long after, the drowsiness were gradually dispelled. Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air and stood up. He opened the spirit house and walked out. Xiao Han. The senior demon warrior who controlled this floor, the stunning beauty Elaine, stood at the door and looked at Xiao Han in shock. You're out of seclusion, yes, thank you for lending this spirit house to Xiao Han, Senior Elaine, Xiao Han said humbly. Xiao Han, you don't have to thank me. Elaine paused for a moment, then quickly said. Xiao Han, congratulations. You've become the most talented person in the demon warrior world in our plane. No one in this world can compete with you. Unknowingly, Elaine's attitude towards Xiao Han was mixed with respect. It was almost a subconscious attitude. This made Xiao Han feel slightly embarrassed. Oh right, Xiao Han, a few ancient giants would like to see you, Elaine continued. This. Xiao Han frowned slightly, then smiled calmly. Senior Elaine, I've spent too much energy in seclusion this time. Now, I'm exhausted. This, Xiao Han, what do you mean? Elaine smiled and looked at Xiao Han patiently. How about this, I'll go see those ancient giants. However, I won't stay in the demon warrior tower for long. I'll return to the cloud sect as soon as possible. Xiao Han took a deep breath, a strong yearning appeared in his eyes. I want to go home, and rest well. The cloud sect is the best medicine for me to comfort my tired soul. Yes, Xiao Han. I understand what you mean. I'll arrange it for you. Elaine nodded solemnly. Oh right. Xiao Han. I'll send a message to the sect master of the Crow sect. They're outside the demon warrior tower right now. Thank you, Senior Elaine. Xiao Han was overjoyed. I haven't seen the sect master for a long time. I really miss the sect master and my senior brothers. The highest level of the demon warrior tower. Xiao Han was surrounded by a group of ancient giants. They were the stars surrounding the moon. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. You're really something. Your talent has won me over. The elementary scholar said to Xiao Han in a natural and unrestrained manner. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiao Han, you've broken my record for expanding acupoints. This is the fortune of our plane. However, I'm afraid that the future generations will want to break this new record that you've created. That would be extremely difficult. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The group of ancient powerhouses also burst into laughter. The current Xiao Han seemed to be on equal footing with these ancient giants. That's right, Xiao Han has great potential. Once he reached the talisman shaping realm or talisman formation realm, it would not be impossible for him to defeat these ancient giants. Moreover, when Xiao Han himself became an ancient giant, he would probably shatter the void. He had ascended to the heavens. Xiao Han was neither servile nor overbearing. Seniors, please don't overestimate Xiao Han. Expanded acupoint realm. He was just laying the foundation. Xiao Han knew this very well. Therefore, Xiao Han will not become complacent just because of this little achievement. All right. Xiao Han, you're neither arrogant nor rash. This is much better than us. I've heard that in the past, people said that you're a vile person. Now it seems, you're not a vile person. You're very open-minded. Very good. The elementary scholar said solemnly. Yes, Xiao Han, the expanded acupoint realm is laying the foundation. Strictly speaking, the expanded acupoint realm is not battle power. The record you've created in the expanded acupoint realm is too glorious. This made your starting point much higher than the rest of us. In the future, your cultivation will be to constantly challenge yourself, defeat yourself, refresh yourself, and constantly defy the heavens. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You indeed need to work harder and accumulate your strength. You need to make the most perfect accumulation for transforming true essence into talismans. You must not slack off. However, Xiao Han, it will be more difficult for you to accumulate for the talisman-shaping realm. The other primordial ancient overlord nodded in agreement. Xiao Han, ordinary training and experience won't be able to change your mind anymore. Xiao Han, your talisman-shaping realm will be very difficult. More difficult than us. Yes, if the starting point was too high and the achievements were too glorious, it would be extremely harsh on cultivation. It would not be easy to improve to the next level. Simply put, Xiao Han's starting point was much higher than the rest of the ancient giants present. It would be many times more difficult for him to break through than the rest of the ancient giants. Xiao Han, don't worry. Our Yaoxia Pagoda will do our best to nurture you. As for how to nurture you, we'll have to wait until the pagoda master and the elders come out of seclusion. The elementary scholar said. I believe the pagoda master and the elders will be overjoyed when they find out about your glory. Ha 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 ha. Let's have a big date. Xiao Han laughed dryly. However, he did not think much of it. It was not like Xiao Han had never seen the pagoda master's face. This time, it is said that there is a message from the immortal world. This is a very rare occurrence in our plane. I wonder if there will be any fortuitous encounter. The elementary scholar frowned. However, Xiao Han, don't worry. If there is something good, you will definitely get it. I hope so, Xiao Han said calmly. Right now, Xiao Han's greatest worry was that the immortal world would find out that he had the demon god's egg, and they would put him on the wanted list. Alright, Xiao Han, if you want to return to the Pure Cloud sect, then go. We won't hold you back either. The scholar laughed. Xiao, a white cloud flew out of the devil hero domain at an extremely fast speed. Above the clouds, Wu ***, Xiao Mingchu, the heavenly devil old man, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Mingchu, Dong Fang Qin, and Fang Ling surrounded Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, you're really amazing, too amazing. I never thought that you would achieve such glorious achievements. Xiao Mingchu hugged Xiao Han's shoulders and praised him endlessly. Xiao Han, you've brought glory to the sect. Our sect's face will also be glorified. Crow laughed as he looked at Xiao Han. Crow also knew that Xiao Han definitely had many secrets that no one knew about, especially the special mission that he had completed in the past 2 months. It must be extraordinary. However, he did not question him immediately. The heavenly demon old man and big fatty Zhu. He nodded repeatedly as well. Bringing glory to the sect. That's a disciple's duty. Xiao Han quickly said. Xiao Han still had a lot of feelings for the Pure Cloud sect. Junior brother Xiao Han, why don't you stay in the Devil Hero Pagoda and rush back to the pure Cloud Mountain Range? Are you missing your 2 little wives? Dongfang Qin said with a faint smile. This. Xiao Han was a little embarrassed. However, the beautiful figures of Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong flashed across his mind. A longing smile appeared on Xiao Han's face, and he was no longer bashful. He said generously, I do miss them very much. Xiao Han, you're so talented that you're the best in the world. There's a popular saying in the Devil Hero domain now. Fang Ling also winked at Xiao Han. Senior brother Fang Ling, what saying? Xiao Han asked with a smile. They say that you're the reincarnation of an immortal. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to expand your meridians so crazily. Each time, it's fiercer than the last time. Especially the last time, it directly expanded to 1,000 times. Fang Ling laughed. Even I think so, mortal. Mortal, it's impossible for me to be as monstrous as you. But I'm immortal. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. What immortal's reincarnation? That's utter nonsense. Xiao Han. You really don't believe it. The Heavens Devil old man also joked. In the past, I've read some unofficial history. There are indeed records. Some immortals will descend from the immortal world and possess the body of an ordinary mortal. Then, they wander the mortal world and leave behind descendants. This is the reincarnation of an immortal. What's even more bizarre is that I've seen a small story. It said that a meteor entered the body of a female disciple of a sect while she was cultivating, causing her, who was a virgin, to inexplicably give birth to a son. This is the so-called descent of a god. What is this? Xiao Han was extremely speechless. I, Xiao Han, am definitely not the reincarnation of an immortal. There's no such thing. Ha ha ha, Xiao Han, it doesn't matter if this is true or not. Hurry back and have sex with your 2 little wives. With your monstrous talent, you can give birth to children, and all of them will inherit your perfect genes. From then on, this plane will have a large group of geniuses. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Wu Li and the others also laughed in agreement. At the top of the Demon Hero Tower, the 13 spirit storms were having a serious discussion. Naturally, they didn't know what had happened in the outside world, such as Xiao Han returning to the Demon Hero region alive and creating the history of the expanding Meridian realm. They were discussing the candidates to enter the Genius Zone. Genius Zone. In the history of the immortal world, the third-ranked Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, left behind some special restrictions on the outermost layer. At the same time, there were also a large number of immortal treasures. There were even countless immortal pills, immortal chi, and immortal technique manuals. This Genius Zone had strict requirements for those who entered. 1. Immortals who entered would die too. Those who were over 10,000 years old would die. In addition, the immortal world didn't just send a message to Xiao Han's plane about Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. This message had been sent to countless ordinary planes. This meant that there would be an endless number of peerless demons from various planes who met the requirements to enter the Genius Zone, to search for treasures. This meant that there would be an extremely cruel competition. The immortal world also wanted to use the human beings from ordinary planes to open the Genius Zone. This was because there were more than one layer of barriers to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. However, the outermost layer, the Genius Zone, did not allow immortals to enter. There might not be such a requirement for the deeper layers. Of course, once the Genius Zone was opened, if immortals were allowed to enter the next layer, then the demons from ordinary planes would lose their value and would no longer have any chance to continue searching for treasures. Therefore, if the demons from ordinary planes wanted to obtain treasures, there was almost only one chance, the Genius Zone. The voice of the pagoda master rumbled, "All right, after discussion and selection, we've finally selected the candidates to enter the Genius Zone. Now, we'll prepare to exit seclusion. Before exiting seclusion, send a private message about Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure and the Genius Zone to every ancient giant. However, tell them to keep it a secret. After that, send a private message to every demon that has passed our selection and meets the requirements to enter the genius zone. Tell them to prepare. Yes, Pagoda Master. Pagoda Master, I'm sure that the higher echelons of the human race from other planes have already decided on their candidates like us. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I don't know if the chivalrous heroes of other planes are stronger or weaker than ours. There's no need to guess. Soon, the immortal world will release the spatial coordinates of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure and guide us to explore it. At that time, the demons from our plane will start a competition with the demons from other planes. The voice of the Pagoda Master also contained uncontrollable trembling and excitement. To be continued. Chapter 400. The highest floor of the Devil Hero Pagoda. The Pagoda Master and the elders were still sorting out and arranging the candidates to enter the genius zone. Alright, the candidates have been decided. First, they have to be under 10,000 years old. After that, we won't consider those below the talisman transformation stage. If they don't reach the talisman transformation stage, they'll just be courting death, the Pagoda Master said. Then, Pagoda Master, I'll repeat the candidates, an elder said respectfully. Alright, the Pagoda Master snorted. After sorting and screening, there are 102 people who meet the requirements to enter the genius zone in our Devil Hero world, the elder said solemnly. The elder said solemnly, among them, the one who has the highest chance of winning glory for our realm in the genius zone and bringing back celestial treasures is Yen Qi, an ancient powerhouse ranked 77th on the Devilman ranking. Tower Master, this Yen Qi is the brightest star in our realm of the monster warriors. His actual age is only over 9,000 years old, but he's already in the ranks of the ancient giants. He's younger than many of the ancient giants. At the true treasure stage, one's true Qi can transform into a celestial treasure. A casual attack from him has the power to destroy heaven and earth. Tower Master, although Yen Qi's ranking isn't too high among the ancient era's powerhouses, he's indeed the youngest. There's a chance for him to obtain a celestial treasure in the genius zone, another elder said with a smile. Yes, I think highly of Yen Qi. He's the only true treasure stage expert we've selected, the Pagoda Master said with certainty. Yen Qi. He must enter the genius zone. Pagoda Master. Apart from Yen Qi. As for the remaining 101 places, they will all be chosen from the ancient giants, the elder continued. Among the 101 ancient giants, 95 are at the 7th level talisman transformation stage and 6 are at the 8th level talisman formation stage. After pausing for a moment, the elder regretfully said. This is our realm's strongest lineup under 10,000 years old. Unfortunately, there are some ancient giants who are powerful. However, they've just passed 10,000 years old and lost this rare opportunity. 102 ancient giants. 1 ancient giant. 101 ancient giants. In terms of realms, there was 1 true treasure realm, 6 talisman formation realm, and 95 talisman shaping realm. After a moment of silence, an elder said hesitantly. Tower Master, isn't the lineup of our plane a little thin? It's fine, the Pagoda Master said. It's already not bad to be able to select 102 people to enter the genius zone. Perhaps the other planes won't be able to select so many candidates. That's true. Private message now. He passed the news to all the ancient powerhouses and the 102 candidates. After sending the message, we have come out of seclusion. Also, gather the candidates who will enter the genius zone and ask them to come to the Yaoxia Tower in secret to discuss this important matter. The Tower Master ordered. In this vast universe, there was a distinction between the upper and lower realms. The upper realm was a high-level space that was occupied by human immortals and high-level demons. Both sides were equally matched. As for the lower realms, there were billions upon billions of them. They were like the eternal sands of the universe, like sesame seeds or mung beans. The distance between an ordinary plane and an adjacent ordinary plane was extremely far. One had to traverse the vast expanse of time and space to reach it. Moreover, there were all sorts of destructive energies in the vast expanse of time and space, such as peck wind, black lightning, blue fire, sky fire, black hole, spatial fragments, meteor flows. Ordinary humans and demons with slightly lower cultivation bases did not dare to fly in the vast expanse of space. Moreover, in an unstable space, one could not teleport. Moreover, it was extremely easy to lose one's direction when traveling blindly in space. Then, one would fall in the universe and become a speck of dust. Therefore, very few living beings could travel from one plane to another. As a matter of fact, it wasn't impossible. For example, in the plane that Xiao Han was in, the Yao Xia leader, the pagoda master, should have the ability to travel to the nearest neighboring plane. But, he did not dare to. First, to successfully travel to the nearest neighboring plane, the consumption was too great. The consumption of time, energy, and vital energy was extremely frightening. Secondly, there were unknown dangers in other planes. Not only could they be attacked by the demon clan from other planes, but they could also be seen as invaders by the human clan from other planes. The Tower Master had also attempted to travel through the universe to other planes. However, he had given up on this grand journey a few months after he set off and returned in low spirits. Even so, every living being in an ordinary plane knew that there must be other living beings like them in the universe. This was a plane shaped like a planet. It was mainly dark red in color and emitted a scorching heat that could burn mountains and boil seas. The light around this plane was extremely distorted. However, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was extremely abundant in this plane. There were some crystal-like objects floating in the air. They were crystals formed by highly condensed spiritual chi. If humans used them to cultivate spiritual chi, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The effect was many times better than ordinary spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In the center of this plane stood a tower-shaped building that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Ancient. Mysterious. Great. It was the Yaoxia Pagoda. Around the Yaoxia Pagoda, there were many flaming mountains floating in the air. At this moment, a figure with waist-length crimson hair was floating in the air. His entire body was faintly bathed in flames. He was 7 to 8 meters tall. Beside him stood many powerful human vital energy cultivators. Faint immortal chi was enshrouding them. And under his feet, on the red ground, there were thousands of powerful human vital energy cultivators kneeling. Everyone. You are all the most talented young people in this plane. You are all under 10,000 years old. However, although you are young, many of you have reached the talisman formation realm and the true treasure realm. Some of them have even stepped into the celestial eye realm. That person's hair was scarlet red. The crimson-haired giant bathed in boiling flames. He let out a thunderous voice. As he breathed, runes intertwined and rumbled. The majestic voice reverberated in the ears of the thousands of human vital energy cultivators kneeling on the ground. The demons in this plane are about to be completely wiped out by us demons. Wiping out the demons is no longer the goal of this plane. Now, we must pursue immortal fate. Yes, we humans have cultivated to the highest realm. We can become immortals. We can ascend. However, we lack opportunities. And now, the opportunity is here. In the history of the immortal world, the third-ranked immortal emperor Zhu Dao left behind treasures. At the outermost layer of the treasures, there are restrictions set up. Immortals cannot enter. This gives us a chance. The Genius Zone. That is the so-called Genius Zone. Immortal treasures are piled up like mountains. Ha 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 ha, the giant in the flames was like a god. He let out a wild laughter that shook the heavens. Countless ordinary planes, human heroes under the age of 10,000 years old. They will all enter the Genius Zone and carry out the cruelest competition. And I believe our plane will be the final winner. The final winner. Ha 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 ha. Young demons, are you ready? This is the chance to become immortal. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yes, Tower Master. More than 1,000 strong human true chi cultivators all raised their heads and roared. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit and crazy confidence. Tower Master, please be at ease. We will definitely crush those overconfident fellows from other planes. You are entrusted with the hope and glory of our plane. A deep and hoarse voice rang out. On the peak of a giant mountain range that was as black as a dragon and stretched for millions of miles, a tall and burly man stood there. His entire body was covered in black scale armor, and he was dozens of feet tall. The space around him froze. In the mountains, a large number of human true chi cultivators prostrated themselves. All of their expressions were very respectful. Just by standing there, the huge man in black scale armor emitted an aura that made people's hearts tremble. Go, fight for glory. Also fight for the survival of our plane. In our plane, the demon race is powerful while the human race is weak. Many fertile lands have been occupied by the demon race. Magnificent rivers and mountains have been reduced to demon lands. Now, the 81 warriors that I have selected will shoulder the future of our plane. Go. Enter the Genius Zone. Obtain fortuitous encounters. Obtain immortal fate. Use your lives to defend your dignity. Become strong. Strong enough to expel and kill all the demons in this plane. The giant man in black scale armor had an aura like that of a god that split the heavens and earth. Between his eyebrows, there was dignity and determination. Yes, Tower Master. Fight for the plane. Fight for survival and reproduction. We, the demon heroes, will not shrink from a fight. The 81 demon heroes stood up resolutely. Competitors from other planes, get out of the way. Whoever dares to stop us from obtaining the immortal treasure will die. On a green planet, the whole planet was lush with plants. Naga, you are the most dazzling young man in our plane. When you were in the Meridian Expansion realm, you completed 10 times of Meridian Expansion and accumulated a glorious achievement of 2,000 times. And now, you have reached the peak of the Talisman Transformation realm. You have refined the talisman 10 times and increased the quality of your true chi by 1,000 times. In our plane, among the human race cultivators of the same age, you are the strongest. And you are only 3,400 years old now. You are too young. Perhaps, among the human race demon heroes of the same age in other planes, you will be an invincible existence. This time, I will let you enter the Genius Zone to search for immortal fate. You must not disappoint me. This time, you will enter the Genius Zone and compete with the human race demon heroes of other planes. What you will fight for is not only treasures, but also fate. Do you understand, Naga? A bald old man in a white robe said slowly. On his forehead, there was a black eyeball that emitted a whirlpool-like power, as if it wanted to swallow the whole world. Beside him, there was a chestnut-haired young man in hemp clothes with a sword on his back. His expression was extremely cold. Suddenly, around this old man in a white robe and the chestnut-haired young man in hemp clothes, many ferocious and terrifying demons appeared. Demon chi soared to the sky. Naga, these are 1,000 ultimate variant demon emperors. I used my divine ability to capture them from the demon capital. Now, I want you to kill all of these 1,000 ultimate variant demon emperors within 30 breaths. Can you do it? Tisk, the corner of the chestnut-haired young man's mouth twitched disdainfully. In the next moment, a blood-red sword light lit up. The figure of the chestnut-haired young man suddenly became blurry and almost disappeared. Puff. 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 Immediately after, the sword light spread out like a tide. Demon blood splattered everywhere. In an extremely short period of time, a total of 1,000 ultimate variant demon emperors were all killed. One by one, their demon bodies were cut into pieces by the sword light. 25 breaths. The chestnut-haired young man in hemp clothes smiled coldly. Ha 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 ha. Good. Naga, get ready to enter the Genius Zone. Ha 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 ha. Bring back some immortal pills for me. The old man in white robe laughed with satisfaction. Your great accomplishment, sword intent, is already perfect and impeccable. It can kill any existence that tries to provoke you. Ha 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 ha. Dong 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 dong. A shirtless big man ran quickly with bare feet. In front of him, the tip of a tall tower could be vaguely seen. The big man suddenly stopped. Under the sky full of sunlight, the corner of his mouth twitched arrogantly. The tower master sent me a message, saying that there is some immortal cave abode, asking me to explore. Good, very good, genius zone. Hee, sounds pretty good. Dong 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 dong, the big man continued to run. Behind him, there was a mountain of demon emperor corpses. In a plain with a vast area. There was not a bit of demon chi in this plain. The sky was blue and clear. The human race lived in peace and contentment. As early as 100,000 years ago, all the demon race in this plain had been killed by the demon warriors of the human race. Extinct. A continuous mountain range rose and fell. On a towering mountain peak, there was an ancient palace built on it. The entire surface of the palace wall was covered with all kinds of complicated carvings. In the main hall of the palace, on the throne, there was a purple-eyed man wearing a bright white robe. His eyes seemed to be looking from another space, making people's hearts palpitate and collapse. On both sides below him, there were hundreds of indescribably powerful creatures of the human race. Each of them faintly emitted a fluctuation that made the heaven and earth tremble, as if they could tear the heaven and earth apart with just a raise of their hands. Tower Master, our plane has achieved the great unification of the human race for 100,000 years. We are a relatively strong plane among the many ordinary planes. In the history, a total of 12 immortals have broken the void and ascended from our plane. But now, the immortal chi of our plane is almost exhausted. Therefore, we have lost the chance to condense the immortal body and ascend to the immortal world. A red-robed middle-aged man reported to the white-robed man with purple eyes. Yes, the resources have been exhausted by the sages. So we can't condense the immortal body for a long time. I also gradually feel that my life is approaching the end. Although I'm called immortal, it doesn't mean I won't die. Unless I can condense the immortal body, become an immortal, and ascend to the immortal world, then become immortal. If I don't become an immortal, there's no need to talk about anything. My soul will shatter and turn into powder. There was a hint of loneliness in the white-robed man's eyes. But very quickly, his eyes burned with a crazy excitement. Now's our chance. There are endless immortal pills in the genius zone that can help us all become immortals. Ha 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 ha. It's time for our warriors to prepare to enter the genius zone. Ha 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 ha. The humans of other planes are lowly. No plane can compete with the geniuses of our plane. None. The white-robed man with purple eyes let out an enraged roar. An invisible aura burst out from his body, melting the surrounding space into nothingness. Any living being that stands in our way will be destroyed. If anyone dares to jump out, I'll destroy their plane. His maniacal roar reverberated across the vast plain. To be continued. Chapter 401. The cloud that was as white as cotton floated in the sky. Its speed seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Xiao Han stood on top of the cloud and looked down at the mountains and rivers. He was in a good mood. A warm feeling of returning home welled up in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Han was like a prodigal son who had been traveling in a foreign country for many years. He was finally returning to his gentle and clean home. What awaited him was a beautiful wife. Everything was perfect. The only flaw was that Xiao Yunrong was still missing. This left a shadow in Xiao Han's heart. Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others were in a good mood as well. They spoke freely along the way. What made Xiao Han very happy was that his sect leader and senior brothers did not have a generation gap with him because of the monstrous talent he showed when he expanded his meridian points. The sect leader was still the sect leader. His eldest senior brother was still the eldest senior brother. His senior brother Dongfang and Fong Ling's attitude towards him was the same as before. When Xiao Han looked at the sect leader and his senior brothers, a feeling of kinship arose in his heart. We're almost at the Unity Mountain Range. Xiao Han closed his eyes in extreme comfort, a greedy expression on his face. I seem to smell the unforgettable scent of the Unity Mountain Range. The mountains, the water, the flowers, the trees, ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Han's expression, Wu Yu and the others could not help but laugh. Moreover, they could clearly feel that Xiao Han did not change at all. At least in front of them, he was still the simple, young Xiao Han from before. Xiao Han, how do you plan to cultivate after we return to the sect? Wu Yu slightly withdrew his smile. Your current talent is very terrifying. Once you transform your true qi into a true talisman, your terrifying accumulation in the meridian expansion stage will transform it into your combat strength. This is no small matter. Yes, junior brother Xiao Han, once you enter the talisman transformation stage, you'll reach the heavens in one step. You'll definitely reach the heavens in one step. Xiao Ming Chu said seriously. Junior brother Xiao Han, my current true qi cultivation is at the level 8 talisman formation stage. However, if you enter the talisman formation stage, you will be able to enter the talisman formation stage. However, if you enter the talisman transformation stage, I'm afraid I won't be your match. You're exaggerating, senior brother, Xiao Han hurriedly said humbly. Soon after, he said with a faint smile. Master, after I return to the sect, I'll need to rest and recuperate. I'll relax to my heart's content and go sightseeing. That's not bad. Wu Yu nodded. Xiao Han, 10 times. You've also used up a lot of energy. I do need some time to recuperate. Xiao Han laughed, sect leader. Disciples' achievement of expanding acupoints may seem glorious, but it has also set up obstacles for my future cultivation. Now that I want to break through, I naturally have to rise with the tide. It's not that easy. This disciple is also worried that I won't be able to obtain better tempering from now on. My temperament and potential will be restricted from then on, and it will be difficult for me to improve. Wu Li nodded thoughtfully and then said in a low voice. Xiao Han, if I'm not wrong, before you expanded your meridians, you must have accumulated a heaven-defying amount of energy. What did you do? This. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, but still spoke bluntly. Disciple went to the demon capital. What? As soon as he said this, Wu Liuyu, the heavens devil old man, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Fong Ling all jumped up. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at Xiao Han like statues. You actually went to the demon capital. The higher-ups of the Demon Hero Pagoda actually arranged for you to go to the demon capital? The demon capital is our plane, the nest of the demon race. The human race's ancient giants, even the Tower Master, don't dare to enter. Going there means death. Xiao Han, you actually went and returned. Wu Li was moved. This. Sect leader, you're calm, Xiao Han said with a bitter smile. As for what I went to the demon capital for, it's not convenient for me to say it clearly. In short, I killed some ultimate variant demon emperors and even confronted the 10 great demon emperors of the demon race. Yes, the accumulation I needed to expand my acupoints were all obtained in the demon capital. That's why I said that it's not so easy to accumulate and break through to the talisman transformation realm now. Do I have to go to the demon capital again? Try to kill a few demon emperors? Xiao Han was also speechless. If he didn't go to the demon capital, Xiao Han would probably not be able to accumulate anything to help him break through to the talisman transformation realm. Forget it, sect leader, senior brothers, senior heavenly devil, senior Zhu, let's not talk about this anymore. In terms of cultivation, I'm not in a hurry. It's better to empty my mind and rest in peace. We'll talk about it after a while. Xiao Han relaxed. In this way, Wu Li and the others no longer asked Xiao Han anything. However, they were all secretly clicking their tongues. Their hearts were in turmoil and it was difficult for them to calm down. Several hours later, the white cloud finally floated into the territory of the southern region's Fire Beacon Empire. The continuous mountain range appeared in Xiao Han's field of vision, causing Xiao Han to sweep away his fatigue and become extremely excited. The mountain range. Ancient vines accompanied old trees, small bridges, and flowing water. The beautiful and winding mountain range meandered around like a sleeping dragon. The birds flew high, and the lonely cloud was idle. White clouds filled the air, and the clouds lingered. The mountain peaks poked out of the clouds like hibiscus emerging from the water. The ethereal white cloud lingered in the air above the mountain range. Xiao Han looked down at the mountain range and let out a breath of impure air. His heart immediately became peaceful and happy, without any worries. He quietly stood up. Many memory fragments came to him like a tide. This caused Xiao Han to remember everything that happened in the Pure Cloud sect. In the past, Xiao Han felt sorry for himself and felt indignant about his identity as a living target. But now, his cultivation had succeeded, and his mental state had improved. When he returned to the Pure Cloud sect, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Unexpectedly, he felt relieved about that experience. He treated it as the most precious memory in his life. Xiao Han breathed in the unique and familiar scent of the mountain range and heard the sound of the mountain spring. An indescribable feeling filled every cell in Xiao Han's body, causing Xiao Han to suddenly feel extremely moved. He felt a childish admiration for the mountain range. I was born and raised here in the lofty mountains. It is my hometown, my entire life. In my life, I will definitely protect it. At this time, Xiao Han finally understood. Why was Wu Yu's true Qi realm so tyrannical? He was ranked high on the monster cultivator ranking, but he had always been guarding the mountain range. This was also Wu Yu's hometown. Ha ha ha, Xiao Han, quickly return to your mountain peak. Yan Shui and Shi Rong have been waiting for you bitterly. Wu Yu laughed. All right. Sect Master. Then this disciple will not stand on ceremony. While speaking, Xiao Han jumped in the air and directly jumped towards the mountain peak that belonged to him. Ha 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 ha, this kid, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling both laughed out loud. You're really impatient. Xiao Mingchu also winked. Wu Yu, Heaven's devil old man, and big fatty Zhu couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, Heaven's devil old man said with a smile that was not a smile. Brother Wu, this mountain range of yours really gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That's how it nurtures a genius like Xiao Han. Yes. This time, Qing Tong has returned from the great wilderness. I asked her to come over and stay for a while. You don't have any objections, right? Oh. Wu Yu understood the meaning behind it. He also smiled and said with a deep meaning. This depends on whether Yan Shui and Shi Rong have any objections. Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. After being separated for several months, Xiao Han was finally reunited with his two beautiful wives. The three of them cried tears of joy. They were so happy that they couldn't control themselves. Under the excitement, Xiao Han directly hugged the two gentle little wives and kissed them on the spot. His hands moved up and down, causing the two women to be flooded with spring tide. Night. The night was as cold as water. The moonlight was graceful. The night was so charming. The gem-like stars in the sky sparkled like mysterious eyes. They blinked and blinked like the gentle eyes of a lover. The crescent moon was like a small boat, freely rowing in the sky. The insects on the mountain were whispering like the most beautiful love song. In the wooden pavilion, something that violated the quiet atmosphere of the night was happening. The sound of men and women intertwining, soft moans, and panting constantly came from the wooden pavilion. It seemed that the entire wooden pavilion was shaking. Until late at night, all kinds of ambiguous sounds came to an abrupt stop. Inside the warm and fragrant bed, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong tightly wrapped around Xiao Han like an octopus. On their rosy red faces, there was an unconcealable tiredness and satisfaction after a storm. Their eyes were like water, like a dream. From the afternoon when Xiao Han returned, until late at night, Xiao Han had been continuously making love with his two lovely wives. Never stopping, extremely crazy. Xiao Han's physical body was tyrannical. Thus, even if he indulged himself for a while, it would not be a problem. As for the two women, they could not endure it for the first time. However, their love for Xiao Han was too deep, so they tried their best to please him and satisfy the only man in their lives. "Uncle, you made me so painful. I can't even move." Jing Yanxue buried her head in Xiao Han's chest and said shyly. Lan Shirong opened her starry eyes and looked at Xiao Han tenderly. "Uncle, how long are you going to stay today? Are you in a hurry to go train again?" "Yes." Xiao Han thought for a while and then patted his two lovely wives' snow-white buttocks, causing them to moan and pant. Xiao Han said with a smile, "I will stay a little longer this time." "That's right, Yanxue, Shirong, you are from the Valley of Medicine Masters and are good at refining pills, right?" "Yes, yes." The two women replied in unison. However, Lan Shirong's expression darkened. "However, uncle, the pills we refine will no longer be of any help to your cultivation. Your cultivation is too strong, and your realm is too high. The ordinary pills we refine will not be of any use to you." "That's right." An idea flashed in Xiao Han's mind. "You have the foundation of refining pills, and you also have the talent and ability to refine pills. You just lack a decent teacher. Why don't I introduce you to a teacher? You can learn the art of refining pills from him." "Teacher?" The two women were taken aback. "Uncle, the teacher you speak of, compared to our valley head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, who is better?" Jing Yanxue asked weakly. "Ha ha 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 ha, valley head of the Valley of Medicine Masters? He is trash," Xiao Han said proudly. "Let me tell you, the teacher I am going to introduce to you is the most outstanding alchemist in this realm. He is also the most talented alchemist in all the realms. His name is Yan Lang." "Yeah." Yan, the two women had heard of the infamous name of the greatest traitor of the human race and immediately exclaimed in shock. Xiao Han, to be continued. Chapter 402. Because his two wives, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong, were from the Medicine King Valley, a sect that had been concocting pills for generations. The two women had extraordinary talent and foundation for concocting pills. Therefore, Xiao Han suddenly had an idea to let his two young wives learn martial arts from Yan Lang. This was a great opportunity. A great opportunity. In terms of concocting pills, Yan Lang was indeed the best in the world. His attainments were divine. Although Yan Lang had become Xiao Han's slave, he was not one of them. If Yan Lang's divine technique was not passed down, it would be a waste if it was destroyed one day. Therefore, Xiao Han's idea quickly took shape and he had already made up his mind. "Okay, keep it a secret for me. Don't tell anyone about Yan Lang. After I have arranged everything, I will let you see Yan Lang." The two women calmed down a little, and then their beautiful eyes were intoxicated as they nodded repeatedly. It was an indescribably amorous scene. Soon, the whole room was filled with spring again. Xiao Han did not know how many plum blossoms had bloomed today. Just like that, Xiao Han stayed in the pure mountain range. He forgot about his worries and did not cultivate. He relaxed and even enjoyed life to his heart's content, playing chess, fishing, planting flowers, reading, traveling, playing in the water, carrying beauty, playing, lingering. Originally, Xiao Han wanted to catch up with Ah Cho. However, after Ah Cho stepped into the true Qi realm, he cultivated even harder than before. At this time, he had already followed some senior true disciples of the Pure Mountain sect to the depths of the northern region to hunt the demon race and train his spirit and fighting spirit. It was said that Ah Cho seemed to have awakened and had reached the second level of true Qi realm. In the secular world, it was enough to be conferred a title. On this day, Pure Mountain Sect. Hall. Xiao Han. Wu Wei. Xiao Mingchu. Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and the others gathered together and chatted casually, drinking tea and admiring flowers. Xiao Han, with your current combat strength, it is very easy for you to hunt the demon race. Below the demon emperor, you are invincible. In this way, the various missions issued by the demon hero tower are not meaningful to you. Wu Wei took a sip of tea and looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. After a short pause, the dark-haired monster continued. Xiao Han, I suggest you not to cultivate any true Qi divine technique for the time being. Huh? Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. Xiao Mingchu explained from the side. Yes. The sect master was right. Xiao Han, even though your meridians have expanded by 1,000 times, and your foundation is so strong that it's almost abnormal. However, the expanded acupoint realm was still a form of accumulation. It could not be converted into immediate combat power. Xiao Han, with your current pure true Qi, you should be able to use it as an example. They were not even comparable to some peak talisman transformation realm existences. Therefore, Xiao Han, you can't blindly cultivate true Qi techniques. You should know. Some unparalleled divine arts and great Jinqi secret arts had extremely high requirements for pure Jinqi. Xiao Han, if you cultivate those low-quality true Qi divine arts now, when your realm increases in the future, you'll need to look for stronger true Qi divine arts. There's no need to go through all this trouble. Let's directly charge into the talisman transformation realm and then cultivate the supreme divine technique. It'll be done in one step. That's right, Xiao Han. As long as you enter the talisman shaping realm, you'll be able to cultivate the strongest technique of the Pure Cloud sect, the Pure Cloud Great Vital Qi. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han with a burning gaze. Xiao Han, this Pure Cloud Great Vital Qi is my life's ultimate technique. I hope that you will be able to cultivate it in the future, so that this true Qi divine art will flourish in your hands. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Then, disciple will strive to enter the talisman shaping realm as soon as possible. After a pause, Xiao Han smiled. That's right. If I want to cultivate a true Qi divine art, I'll cultivate the strongest one. Otherwise, I won't cultivate it at all. Originally, on the surface of Xiao Han's heart, the various runes that sealed the demon egg also recorded a large number of divine arts and immortal techniques. However, Xiao Han did not dare to touch them. The runes that had been shattered by the demon god's aura were currently repairing themselves. These runes were used to seal the demon god's egg and slow down the speed at which the demon god's egg was growing. Xiao Han definitely did not dare to act rashly. After chatting for a while, Xiao Han's eyes flickered and he suddenly spoke. Sect Master, disciple has a question. Xiao Han, what's the matter? Speak your mind. Wu Yu said amiably. I see. Xiao Han pondered for a moment, then said. Disciple wants to control a human. So that the human would not dare to betray disciple at any time. Even to the extent that he would be dead loyal to disciple. May I ask what method disciple should use? Ha. Xiao Mingchu laughed and then said decisively. Use poison. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. For example, I know of an ancient medicine called the Three Corpses Brain Divine Pill. According to legend, this medicine contains 3 types of corpse worms. After consuming it, there are no abnormalities. However, during the Dragon Boat Festival every year, if one does not consume the antidote to the corpse worms in time, the corpse worms will break out of their shells. Once it enters the brain, the person who consumes this medicine will act like a ghost or a demon. He will even bite and eat his parents, wife, and children. Junior brother Xiao Han, if you want to forcefully control him, then buy some 3 corpses brain divine pill, and make him consume it. Every year, threaten him with the antidote so that he will listen to you wholeheartedly. Xiao Ming-chu said directly. Of course, this kind of poison has no effect on humans above the talisman-shaping realm or the talisman-shaping realm. Junior brother Xiao Han, what realm is the human you want to control? Use poison. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. To control ordinary people, using the 3 corpses brain divine pill was indeed enough. However, Yan Lang was the ancestor of medicine refinement. He could make the antidote in seconds. Other than using poison? Xiao Han hesitated for a moment. Using poison is indeed a bad idea. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, I know of a secret technique that can control people's minds. Sect Master, please speak, Xiao Han immediately said. Although Yan Lang said that he would submit, he was cunning and full of tricks. He didn't spend so many years in the demon metropolis for nothing. Therefore, keeping Yan Lang by his side would always be a disaster. Unless he could find a way to control him perfectly so that he would not betray him. This secret technique is called purification, Wu Yu said with a smile. This is an incomplete page that I found in a ruin in the depths of the wasteland. I've studied it, and it seems to be a Buddhist cultivation technique left behind by a mysterious human from an ancient time who came from another plane. Practicing this technique can purify people's minds. Condense your own mental energy into wish power and Zen light and inject it into the other party's brain. This way, even if the other party has an irreconcilable feud with you and killed your family and took away your wife and daughter, under the shine of Zen light, your hatred will be dissolved and you will be purified. They will worship you devoutly. So powerful? Fang Ling and Dong Fang Qin exclaimed. Xiao Han's eyes also lit up. Wu Yu waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then he continued. However, firstly, this secret skill is incomplete. It is practically impossible to practice it. Secondly, it is too difficult to practice this secret skill. The reason for that is because this purification secret skill does not rely on one's true energy. Instead, it relies on one's mental energy. Condense your mental energy into Zen light and wish power and inject it into the other party's brain to purify and control them. If there is a slight deviation, you may be attacked by the other party's mental energy. Also, the success rate of this secret technique is not high. Wu Yu shook his head slightly. The other party's mental energy must be countless times weaker than yours in order to be able to forcibly purify. If both parties have the same mental energy, unless the other party is willing and does not resist at all. If both parties are willing and even cooperate with each other, then there is a possibility of success. Oh. That's too difficult, too harsh. Hearing this, even Xiao Mingchu shook his head. As for Xiao Han, he blurted out, Sect leader, can you bestow this purified secret technique to me? I want to study it. No problem, I can give it to you. Wu Yu nodded his head and immediately reminded him, however, Xiao Han, this secret technique is still considered to be an evil method and not orthodox. You can study it a little, but you cannot go to a dead end and end up going berserk. Sect Master, don't worry. In terms of mental energy, I still have some confidence in myself. Xiao Han smiled. All right, I will pass the incomplete secret technique to you later. Wu Yu nodded. At this moment, Xiao Mingchu's expression changed slightly and he said with a strange expression. Someone sent me a message through the chivalrous token. It's true. I rarely turn on the communication function of the chivalrous token, but I still received a message. Annoying, really annoying. Forget it, I will turn off the communication function of the chivalrous token. For peace and quiet. Saying this, Xiao Mingchu took out his chivalrous token and was about to turn off the communication function. Suddenly, Xiao Mingchu's expression froze. His mental energy directly entered the chivalrous token. Moreover, after a few breaths, Xiao Mingchu's expression became more and more excited. His breathing became heavy, and his whole body trembled. Ming-Chu, Wu Yu said doubtfully. Eldest senior brother, you? Xiao Han also looked at Xiao Ming-Chu in confusion. Don't speak for now. The pagoda master personally sent me a message. Xiao Ming-Chu blurted out, the pagoda master came out of seclusion and sent me a private message. This is no small matter. This is no small matter. It concerns the celestial world. Saying this, Xiao Ming-Chu once again sent his mental energy into the chivalrous token. He stopped talking and looked frightened. About the celestial world? Hearing this, Wu Yu, Fang Ling, and Dongfang Qin all held their breath. As for Xiao Han, his heart tightened. The pagoda master finally came out of seclusion? What message did the celestial world send? And he even sent a private message to eldest senior brother. Xiao Han was also a little uneasy. The scene was silent. After a few hundred breaths, Xiao Ming-Chu carefully kept the chivalrous token. His face was flushed and his emotions were very unstable. Ming-Chu, what's going on? What did the pagoda master tell you to send a private message? Wu Yu looked directly at Xiao Ming-Chu. Phew, Xiao Ming-Chu let out a long breath, raised his head, and said word by word. The opportunity has come. The great opportunity has come. To be continued. Chapter 403. Xiao Ming-Chu said repeatedly. A great opportunity had arrived, and his words were astonishing. He was extremely excited and couldn't control himself. Xiao Han's heart was also in turmoil. One must know that this eldest senior brother of his had always been lazy. It was as if he didn't care about anything at all, and he rarely lost his composure like this. What kind of private message did the pagoda master send to eldest senior brother? It actually caused this eldest senior brother, who was as steady as a rock, to have a mental breakdown. Ming-Chu, you have to be steady, Wu Xiaolong repeatedly said. What's going on? Is it convenient for you to say it? Since it was a private message from the pagoda master, Wu De naturally had to seek Xiao Ming-Chu's opinion. He couldn't force him. The true energy in Xiao Ming-Chu's body surged. After a long while, his expression gradually returned to normal. He looked around vigilantly and said in a low voice. Sect Master, it was indeed the Tower Master who personally sent a private message to me. There is no doubt about this. Furthermore, the pagoda master also strictly ordered the disciples to keep this information a secret. However, Xiao Ming-Chu suddenly smiled and said nonchalantly, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, disciple doesn't care so much. There's no need to keep it a secret, disciple will tell you everything in detail. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Ming-Chu's mischievous expression and attitude, Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin could not help but laugh out loud. Wu Hu could not help but laugh as well. Xiao Han's mind was tense. Then say it. Ming-Chu, don't worry, we won't leak it out. Wu Li promised. Yes. Xiao Ming-Chu sorted out his words before his expression fluctuated again. I've been chosen to enter the genius zone. That's why the Tower Master sent a private message to me. He told his disciples to prepare themselves. And it would be in 7 days. He secretly headed to the Yaoxia Tower. He met with the pagoda master and many elders. This time, the pagoda master only sent a private message to the 100 ancient giants and the 102 people who had been selected to enter the genius zone. The other chivalrous heroes were all kept secret. Sect Master, you are indifferent to fame and fortune. You have not obtained the ranking and title of an ancient giant. You didn't receive the Tower Master's private message either. It's fine, Wu Yu said calmly. It doesn't matter if you send a private message to the sect or not. But does this genius zone have anything to do with the immortal world? Genius zone? Hearing this, Xiao Han was still confused, but his mind instantly relaxed. It looked like the message from the celestial world had nothing to do with the demon god's egg. Yes. The genius zone is closely related to the immortal world. Xiao Ming-Chu said seriously. Simply put. He was the third most powerful immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was also known as the immortal emperor with the most treasures in the immortal world. However, he suddenly disappeared from the immortal world. But recently, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's old nest was found in a huge plain. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's accumulated wealth and immortal treasures are sealed in this lair. See, hearing this, Wu Yu could not help but gasp. Crow blurted out. It's said that there are many immortals in the celestial realm. However, ordinary immortals are called true immortals, and there are tens of millions of them. However, there are only a few hundred immortals who can be titled as immortal emperors. This immortal emperor Zhu Dao was ranked third in the history of the celestial world. He was terrifying. It's very terrifying. The wealth of his life. I don't dare to imagine, I really don't dare to imagine. Sect leader, that should be a treasure that can topple a nation, right? Xiao Han was also very shocked. Xiao Han, I'll give you an example. Crow looked at Xiao Han. In the celestial realm, the total wealth of an ordinary true immortal's life is equivalent to the total resources of 100 planes like ours. The total wealth of an immortal emperor is equivalent to a true immortal's life savings by 10,000 or even 100,000 times. Since this immortal emperor Zhu Dao is known as the immortal with the most treasures in the celestial realm, then, his life savings should be tens of millions of times more than an ordinary true immortal. It might even be more than that. Ah! So terrifying. Xiao Han almost jumped up. In other words, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's wealth might be equivalent to 1 billion planes like ours? This is just the most conservative estimate. Crow's voice trembled. In immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, there must be a large number of immortal elixirs, immortal qi, immortal arts manuals, real magic treasures, immortal formations, offensive immortal weapons, defensive immortal armors. Any of these treasures would be invincible in an ordinary plane like ours. So strictly speaking, we can't use the material wealth of an ordinary plane to compare with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Maybe 1 billion, 10 billion, or even 100 billion ordinary planes can't compare with immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Hearing Crow's words, Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin were even more shocked. Xiao Han was also completely dumbfounded. Mingchu, continue. Crow forcibly restrained his trembling emotions. Now, the celestial realm has already detected the exact spatial coordinates of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. However, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao has set up a restriction in his lair. His lair is divided into several layers. The most precious and important treasures are placed in the innermost layer. The outermost layer has a very special restriction. Immortals can't enter it. Only humans under 10,000 years old who have not become immortals can enter. This layer is called the genius zone. The celestial realm has already passed this message to hundreds of millions of ordinary planes, so that each ordinary plane can send elites under 10,000 years old to enter the genius zone and open the gate. Moreover, the celestial realm has also announced that the celestial realm will not touch the treasures placed in the outermost layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. They will share them with the explorers who enter. Xiao Mingchu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said blankly. Sect Master, in other words, the treasure placed in the genius zone that we are going to enter is the lowest quality among all the treasures owned by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. However, there are also immortal elixirs and supreme-grade immortal qi. There will also be a lot of immortal arts manuals. Even if we get one immortal elixir, I'm afraid. Mortals like us can directly condense an immortal body and become immortals. Immortal Emperor's treasure. The celestial realm actually gave us a chance to explore the immortal Emperor's treasure. Crow's voice also became heavy. Yes, yes, yes. Ming Chu. You're right. Even if we only get one immortal elixir, it will be a great fortune for mortals. It will be able to change their fate. Tisk tsk. Immortal elixir, a tonic that only immortals can take. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. He secretly thought in his heart. I don't know if Yan Lang can concoct an immortal elixir. I think he probably can't. After all, he doesn't have the raw materials. He doesn't have any immortal herbs or immortal flowers. This disciple is under 10,000 years old. His true chi cultivation has reached the talisman formation realm. Therefore, he is selected as the candidate to enter the genius zone. Xiao Mingchu looked excited. Sect Master, there are actually many talisman formation realm experts among the ancient giants, but most of them are over 10,000 years old. It is said that in the entire evil hero ranking, there are only 6 evil heroes under 10,000 years old who have reached the talisman formation realm. Including the disciple, there are only 6 of them. It seems like the Tower Master also values the disciple very much. I am also less than 10,000 years old. Why didn't you inform me to go to the genius zone? Suddenly, Eastern Bird Monkey took out his evil hero token and checked it repeatedly. That's strange. The Pagoda Master and the Elders did not send me a private message. So I am not qualified to enter the genius zone and obtain the immortal elixir? Damn it. Junior brother Fong Ling, your actual age is also far less than 10,000 years old. This. Fong Ling was stunned and immediately said. Senior brother Dongfang, stop fooling around. We have just entered the cave expansion realm. How can we be qualified to explore the immortal emperor's treasure? That's right. Wu Li nodded in agreement. The most important problem now is that the immortal world did not only send this information to our plane. Instead, it spread the net and entered every nook and cranny. Countless ordinary planes received the information. In the vast universe, there are many ordinary planes. 1 million? 1 million? 1 billion? No one knows. Every ordinary plane is like our plane. There are humans and demons. The human cultivates true chi and becomes evil heroes. Dongfang, do you think our ordinary plane is strong or weak among the billions of ordinary planes? Wu Xiao looked at Dongfang Qin. This. Dongfang Qin was stunned and immediately scratched his ears and cheeks. This disciple can't say for sure. Sect Master, this disciple guesses that there must be countless ordinary planes that are weaker than our plane. However, there must be countless planes that are stronger than us. Xiao Han continued. Yes. Therefore, there must be many ordinary planes that are stronger than us. What is the situation of those geniuses who are less than 10,000 years old in those planes? There will probably be 8th level true chi, 9th level true chi, and even 10th level true chi. Xiao Han, when you were in the cave expansion realm, you expanded your acupoints by more than 2,000 times. In our plane, this is unprecedented and unparalleled. But what about the other planes? There might be a more monstrous existence than you. Wu Xiao said seriously. That's for sure. Xiao Han did not deny it. There are too many planes and the base number is too large. All kinds of monsters may appear. Maybe in some planes, a newborn baby is in the true chi realm. This is also possible. Therefore, the competition to explore the Fey Emperor's treasure this time will be very intense, even bloody and cruel. A cultivation of the cave expansion realm is not enough. It is no different from courting death. Wu Xiao looked at Dongfang Qin and Fong Ling. Therefore, Dongfang Qin, Fong Ling, the two of you, don't be angry. Even if the Pagoda Master allows you to go to the genius zone, my sect will not allow it. Yes, Sect Master, this disciple's cultivation is too weak. Dongfang Qin sighed. Mingchu, what do you think? Wu Xiao looked at Xiao Mingchu again. Sect Master. This disciple naturally wants to enter the genius zone. Xiao Mingchu's eyes were completely burning with determination. That's right. There are countless planes, and countless geniuses are pouring into the genius zone. The competition will reach an unimaginable level. My cultivation base is barely passable in this plane, but compared to the experts from other planes, I might not even be able to withstand a single blow. If this disciple fights for it, I might die. However, the immortal emperor's treasure. This is a great opportunity that will not appear in an ordinary plane for billions of years. It can only be encountered and not sought. Now that this opportunity has arrived, this disciple has to fight for it no matter what. I will not hesitate to die. This disciple cultivates true qi to explore the unknown, to prove my Tao, to obtain eternal life. To be immortal, to not die and not perish, I must become an immortal. This disciple will give it his all this time. If I don't give it my all, I will be letting myself down. Good. You have guts. As expected of the top disciple of my cloud sect. Wu Xiao nodded his head in relief. Suddenly, Wu Xiao turned his gaze to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, what about you? This disciple also wants to go to the genius zone. Xiao Han blurted out without hesitation. This disciple must go. To be continued. Chapter 404. As soon as he heard Xiao Mingchu mention the words Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, Genius Zone, Immortal Pills and Magic Treasures, Xiao Han's brain was boiling hot. His entire person was inexplicably excited. Every cell in his body that had been silent for a long time became active. I, Xiao Han, must go to the Genius Zone. Xiao Han's determination was as sharp as a blade. In fact, Xiao Han did not make this decision blindly or impulsively. Xiao Han had his own reasons. 1. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Forget about this immortal emperor's extraordinary ranking in the history of the celestial world. His title was Invincible Blade. He must have cultivated saber techniques. An immortal emperor who cultivated saber Dao probably had more than the great accomplishment stage in saber intent. He might have comprehended the blade intent to godly stage, which allowed him to cut through time and space and receive the ancient saber soul into his body. He could open the door to the saber realm. Saber intent could kill external demons, internal demons, and mental demons. The demon god egg was Xiao Han's mental demon. Bone maggots. Death-reaping talisman. Xiao Han wanted to destroy the demon god egg and kill the demon god soul. It was equivalent to killing the biggest mental demon. He had to comprehend blade intent to godly or there would be no hope. In this realm, the blade intent to godly stage was only a legend and only existed in theory. As a result, Xiao Han couldn't even follow the map and draw a gourd from it. The probability of Xiao Han comprehending blade intent to godly alone was extremely low. However, if he could enter the lair of a saber Dao immortal emperor, he might be able to gain something. In the lair of immortal emperor Zhu Dao, he could comprehend saber intent and cause it to soar. It was not impossible. It was a matter of life and death. Even if there was a chance. No matter how slim it was, Xiao Han did not want to miss it. 2. Treasure. Immortal Emperor Treasure. Endless immortal pills. Immortal Qi. Magical treasures. Celestial technique manuals. It was impossible for these to not be tempting to Xiao Han. Which mortal did not want to have a share of the treasures in the celestial world? 3. Now. Although Xiao Han's meridian expansion was shocking in this realm, his starting point was also higher. To enter the talisman transformation realm, he had to accumulate more than what he had in the demon metropolis. Seriously speaking, this plane could no longer satisfy Xiao Han's needs in terms of accumulation. Unless he really entered the demon metropolis to kill the demon thearchs. However, the demon race thearchs were all united and would never leave the demon metropolis easily. Xiao Han wanted to assassinate any of the thearchs. It was almost impossible. And the genius zone included countless ordinary planes of the universe. The super geniuses below 10,000 years old were filled with all kinds of competition, all kinds of deception, all kinds of competition. This was the best battlefield to accumulate accumulations. Just like the expansion of acupoints, the more abundant and vigorous the accumulation, the better the effects of the talismans, allowing one to advance by leaps and bounds. Xiao Han also wanted to go to the genius zone to strengthen his foundation. When it was time to transform into a talisman, it would soar into the sky. 4. If he entered the immortal emperor's nest, he might be able to find another way to deal with the demon god egg. Sect leader, I've made up my mind to follow eldest senior brother to the genius zone to search for the immortal emperor's treasure. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with determination. Wu Xiao nodded slightly. Junior brother Xiao Han, you didn't receive the private message that the pagoda master sent you either. Hee, I wonder if the pagoda master and the elders will give you a spot to head to the genius zone. Dongfang Qin joked. I have to go even if they don't want to. Xiao Han smiled. The place is not a problem. Wu Xiao said with certainty. Xiao Han, when you broke through to the expanded acupoint realm and created glory, the pagoda master and the elders were in seclusion. Naturally, they don't know about your achievements. Moreover, they don't know that you have returned from the demon metropolis alive. They probably didn't have time to inform you. Xiao Han, you are the most outstanding genius of this plane. You are less than 100 years old. No matter how you look at it, Xiao Han, you are qualified to enter the genius zone. But Xiao Han, do you really want to go? Xiao Han, in this plane, your luck is prosperous. No matter what happens, you will be able to turn misfortune into fortune. However, the peak of prosperity is bound to fall. I'm worried that your luck will coincidentally hit a low point at this time. Moreover, from the other planes, the candidates who entered the genius zone are also geniuses among geniuses. Everyone has their own opportunities, and everyone has their own luck. Some of the monstrous geniuses might have even more luck than you. I am worried that your luck will clash. If you are not careful, your luck will be taken away by other monstrous geniuses. Sect Master, this disciple's thoughts are the same as eldest senior brother. Instead of living a mediocre life in this ordinary plane, it is better to go and compete with the elites of the other planes. This is such a great opportunity. This disciple does not want to miss it. Xiao Han said sternly. Wu Xiao was silent for a moment and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, good. Good. There are no cowards in my pure cloud sect. Then. Mingchu, Xiao Han, you can go with ease. Don't let down the reputation of the pure cloud sect. Don't let down the prestige of our plane. If I were 10,000 years younger, I would definitely enter the genius zone like you. What a pity, what a pity. Junior brother Xiao Han, the pagoda master sent a message. In 7 days, we will secretly go to the Yaoxia pagoda to discuss the matter of entering the genius zone. At that time, you and I will go to the Yaoxia pagoda hand in hand. The pagoda master should give you a spot, junior brother Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu said. All right, I will go with eldest senior brother 7 days later. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Xiao Han. Wu Xiao thought for a moment. Xiao Han, spend these 7 days with Yanxue and Shirong. Try to leave behind descendants. With your genes, your descendants will definitely be extraordinary geniuses. Their futures will be limitless. Your future after entering the genius zone is unpredictable. Once you die, your soul will be destroyed and you won't be able to revive. It is best if you can leave behind descendants in advance. Pass down the incense to prevent your talent from being destroyed. Yes, sect master, Xiao Han said seriously. All right, you may all disperse. Xiao Han, come with me. I will give you the remnant of the purification secret technique. Wu Xiao nodded lightly at Xiao Han. Yaoxia Pagoda. The highest level. 13 mental storms swept through everything, and runes intertwined. The sun and moon sank. The ancient giant with the appearance of a scholar. He stood in the middle of the 13 mental storms like a rock sculpture. What? Hong He. You said that Xiao Han came back alive? He swaggered into the Yaoxia Pagoda and killed people to establish his dominance? He killed dozens of Yaoxia. Even some of the ancient giants were killed by this lawless thief? How powerful. Killing people so brazenly near the Yaoxia Pagoda was something that had never happened in thousands of years. This is a challenge to our dignity. Provoke the dignity of the entire devil hero world. A spiritual storm, violently wriggled, the anger was monstrous, sending out an angry roar. Pagoda Master. Elders, Xiao Han did come back alive. However, he said that he disappeared for a few months to complete a secret mission given to him by the Pagoda Master. The obituary that the Pagoda Master published last month was just a trick to confuse people. The ancient giant said. This. The Pagoda Master's voice was slightly heavy. Since Xiao Han came back alive, then, that mission? Did Xiao Han complete that mission? Xiao Han did not mention anything about the mission. I am not sure either. The ancient giant said. Oh. I see. I never thought that. I never thought that. The Pagoda Master's voice became low. Pagoda Master. Xiao Han is a madman, we must kill him. We must punish him severely. Otherwise, whoever is unhappy today will kill in the Yaoxia Pagoda, and whoever is unhappy tomorrow will kill in the Yaoxia Pagoda again. What will we do? Another elder roared. We can't kill him. The ancient giant said with a frown. Pagoda Master and elders, please calm down. Yes, Xiao Han did make a mistake, but he cultivated in seclusion in the Yaoxia Pagoda and expanded his meridians 10 times in a row, and his meridians expanded by 2553 times. This kind of genius is destined to become an immortal in the future. He will break through the ages, dominate the 9 prefectures, and dominate the world. Xiao Han has not transformed into a talisman yet, but once he transforms his true qi into a true talisman, he will soar to the sky with limitless potential. Killing this kind of person will be a loss to the entire plane. Moreover, this time, he will enter the genius zone to fight against the Yaoxia from other planes for Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Our plane seems to be lacking, and we only have 102 candidates. Now is the time to use people. With Xiao Han's potential, he will naturally obtain a spot to represent the plane and enter the genius zone. Xiao Han might be able to obtain the Celestial Emperor's treasure for our plane and raise the prestige of our plane. Once he transforms into a talisman, he will dominate the world and be invincible. This. The Pagoda Master seemed to be thinking. The elders also became silent. After a long time, the accumulated meridians expanded by 2553 times. Indeed. Too monstrous. One of the elders finally spoke. This kind of achievement is the best in our plane. Moreover, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve this in other planes. Pagoda Master, I suggest that Xiao Han be pardoned of all his sins and be given a spot to enter the genius zone. This person's luck is too prosperous. He did not die after entering the demon metropolis, and he even came back alive with a huge accumulation and perfect meridians expanded. Only a person with this kind of luck can rob the luck of the geniuses from other planes in the genius zone and obtain celestial treasures. What? The secret mission that Xiao Han went to complete was to enter the demon metropolis? The scholar screamed in shock. This matter is highly confidential, the Pagoda Master said with slight displeasure. Hong He, you leave first. We'll discuss about Xiao Han's matter again. The scholar hesitated for a moment, but he still left respectfully. I wonder if Xiao Han succeeded in assassinating Brother Yen. Moreover, I wonder to what extent the origin demon qi in his heart has grown. The Pagoda Master said with extreme annoyance. This person is a calamity. A great calamity. However, his meridians expanded by 2553 times is really monstrous. This puts me in a difficult position. Pagoda Master, this is all the more reason to let Xiao Han enter the genius zone. The evil origin demon qi in his heart is a huge hidden danger that could erupt at any time and destroy the world. It's very inappropriate to let him stay in our plane. We might as well use this opportunity to give him a spot to enter the genius zone and let him jump around. If his luck really can't be controlled and he obtains the celestial treasures, all the benefits will belong to us. If he dies, it'll be the end of everything. This kind of thing will not affect us at all. That's true. Pagoda Master, we'll pretend to be polite to Shao Han and let him go to the genius zone and work for us. Pagoda Master, give Shao Han a spot. The group of elders spoke one after another at this moment. To be continued. Chapter 405. The highest floor of the Monster Hero Tower. In this plane, the 13 leaders of the human race were still discussing about Shao Han. You mean, to make use of Shao Han's luck? The Tower Master said coldly. Yes, Tower Master, Shao Han's luck is absolutely heaven-defying. How old is he now? He is far from 100 years old. He has already reached the peak of the expanding meridian realm. 10 times of expanding meridian is an unprecedented 2,553 times. What is the most important thing in cultivation? Talent? Ability? Foundation? Mentor? Diligence? No, none of these. Luck is the most important. Some youngsters with better talent than Shao Han did not have luck like Shao Han. Not only could they not improve by leaps and bounds, they might even get into trouble and die prematurely. That Garen in the past had talent, bone structure, and comprehension abilities that were not inferior to Shao Han. He also had luck. However, his luck was not as good as Shao Han's. That was why he was killed by Shao Han. It was likely that Shao Han had devoured Garen's luck as well. That was why Shao Han was able to advance to such a level without turning back. I heard that Shao Han used to be a live target of the Cloud sect. What is a live target? It's cannon fodder, the lowest existence, lower than pigs and dogs. There are many live targets in the world, but none of them had a good ending. They were all killed or crippled by martial arts disciples, leaving their corpses everywhere. But Shao Han managed to survive, creating a path of blood, from a live target to where he is today. If this isn't luck, then what is? Moreover, we instigated Shao Han to assassinate Brother Yen in the demon metropolis. This was sending him to his death. We did not expect Shao Han to come back alive. But now, not only did he come back alive, he even showed off his strength. Killing people to establish his prestige. Very impressive. It can be said that Shao Han's luck has reached a peak. Tower Master, it's like this. We cannot act recklessly against Shao Han now. They couldn't plot against him, and they couldn't kill him either. There is the existence of luck in the unseen world. If we kill someone with heaven-defying luck, it will affect us as well. We can only feign civility. Shao Han's luck is so strong. It won't make sense if we don't let him work for us in the genius zone. The Pagoda Master let out a deep breath. He had finally made his decision. Indeed, the requirement of one's luck is even stricter when it comes to treasure hunting. Forget it, I'll inform Xiao Mingqiu of the Pure Cloud sect right now and have him tell Shao Han that we're going to search for treasures. He would no longer pursue Shao Han's past crimes and would instead give him a spot to enter the genius zone. After 7 days, Shao Han would arrive. He followed Xiao Mingqiu to the Yaoxia Pagoda. As for the matter regarding Yan Lang, this seat will also properly interrogate him when the time comes. If Shao Han really kills Yan Lang today, it will be a great surprise. Ha 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 ha. Yes, yes, yes. Shao Han is a double-edged sword. If we make good use of him, he will bring us a pleasant surprise. Ha 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 ha. Tower Master, I don't know why, but now that Shao Han has joined us, I actually have some inexplicable confidence that our plane will be able to enter the genius zone. I have a premonition that we will really be able to obtain immortal pills and magical treasures. Ha 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 ha. An elder let out a carefree laugh. Cloud sect, Cloud Mountain Range. Shao Han followed behind Wu Yu and walked through the Pure Cloud Palace. I wonder if I can cultivate the incomplete version of the purification secret technique. Shao Han was walking quickly behind him, following closely behind Wu Yu. However, this secret technique is of little value. It's useless against experts. It can only be used to control the weak. Moreover, it's extremely difficult to forcibly control and edify the other party. Moreover, it's easy to be devoured by the other party. If I want to edify someone, I can only do it if the other party is willing. In fact, I even need the other party to open up their mind and not resist spiritually. If it wasn't for the sake of controlling Yan Lang, Xiao Han wouldn't need this secret technique. That's right. It's a pity to kill Yan Lang. It's a waste of a heavenly treasure. If I don't kill him and keep him by my side, he'll always be a disaster. Therefore, I need to control him perfectly. Not long after, Wu Yu brought Xiao Han to the back of the Pure Cloud Palace and entered an ancient wooden pavilion. The entire wooden pavilion was carved with precious agarwood from the bottom of the sea. It was beautifully decorated and had an antique feel to it. Sect Master. Outside the pavilion, a few elegant female disciples were trimming the flowers and sweeping the fallen leaves. When they saw Wu Yu, they bowed and greeted him. When they saw Xiao Han, their beautiful eyes flashed with admiration and they greeted him. Greetings, senior brother Xiao Han. N. Xiao Han politely returned the greeting. Xiao Han, follow me in. This is the place where I read books, drink tea, and study the martial Tao when I'm free. Other than a few female disciples who clean up, no one else comes here. Wu Yu said with a smile. The two of them entered the wooden pavilion one after the other. They walked up the spiral staircase and went up to the second floor. On the second floor, there was a large circle of bookshelves on the four walls. Countless books, rolls of paper, animal skin papers, jade slips, bamboo slips. They were neatly arranged on the bookshelves. Xiao Han couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Soon, Wu Yu took out a thin piece of yellowish paper from the bookshelf on the east side and carefully handed it to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, in fact, this is only an incomplete page. It describes some of the theories behind the edification secret technique. However, it doesn't contain much about the cultivation method. Just take a look. Don't force yourself to cultivate, lest you go mad. Sect Master, I understand. Xiao Han nodded and smiled. I don't think I'll go mad. Hee, Wu Yu also smiled. That's right. Xiao Han, your mental strength is very strong now. You've also comprehended the great accomplishment stage saber intent. Your soul is like a saber, sharp and unbreakable. It won't be easy to cause you to go mad. Xiao Han smiled and took the yellowish paper. He glanced at it. This piece of paper was very old and almost rotten. It was also emitting a moldy stench. Who knew how many years ago it was an antique from? On the paper, there were only some crooked words that were barely discernible. This. Xiao Han immediately smiled bitterly. Sect Master. I have to study it carefully before I can try to cultivate it. It's really too broken, suddenly. Before Wu Yu could speak. Buzz, Xiao Han's heart, which was sealed by layers of 10,000 immortal formation, suddenly throbbed. This throbbing came from the surface of his heart. One of the countless broken seals. This seal, which was almost broken by the demon god's aura. It instantly loosened. There was a sign that it was going to break. What? Another seal is going to break? Could it be? This remnant page that recorded that a secret technique of crossing tribulations actually triggered another immortal seal? This is the seventh seal that was triggered, this. Xiao Han's heart was filled with shock and astonishment. Buzz buzz buzz, the seventh seal was extremely thick. It was inscribed with countless ancient runes and had a powerful aura. At this moment, it was trembling non-stop. Furthermore, there was a glazed Buddhist light flickering within every rune on the seal. Vaguely, large golden Buddhas could be seen within the runes, and they were singing Buddhist hymns. In the ears of those who heard it, it produced a kind of pious and pure power of faith, yes. Another peerless divine technique has been triggered. Xiao Han was certain. However, for the current Xiao Han, every time a seal was broken, a divine technique would be triggered. Xiao Han was in a dilemma. Obtaining a divine technique was naturally good. However, the seal would also be consumed. Without these seals, the demon god's eggs' breeding speed would be unimaginable. Although these seals are damaged, they are self-repairing. They are also very useful in suppressing the vitality of the demon egg. Once all these seals are broken, even with the 10,000 immortal formation outside, the breeding speed of the demon egg will be completely out of control. At that time, I will be in danger. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's forehead was filled with cold sweat. At the same time, the demonic egg that was hibernating in the heart wriggled a few times. It let out a savage sneer and a very proud thought that was directly transmitted to Xiao Han's brain. Brat, now that these seals are gone, my divine secret technique will be completed faster. Take care of yourself. Humph, eh? Xiao Han, is there something wrong with this remnant page of the secret technique? I can see that your complexion is a bit unsightly. Wu Luan immediately asked. This is nothing. Sect Master, this disciple seems to have some understanding of this secret technique. Alright, Sect Master, this disciple will take his leave. This disciple needs to go into seclusion immediately to solve this bit of understanding. Xiao Han said quickly. Then, he fled from the wooden pavilion as if he was escaping from a disaster. This boy. Wu Yu looked out of the window and watched as Xiao Han's figure disappeared from his sight. This boy is too unconventional. This sect master can't understand his actions at all. Xiao Han directly used his true energy and returned to his true inheritance mountain within a dozen breaths' time. After saying a few words to Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue, Xiao Han entered a secret room on the mountain peak. He sat cross-legged. His mind sank into his heart. Originally, I didn't want the seal to be broken. However, since it has come to this, there is no other way. Let's see what kind of divine technique it is. Xiao Han no longer forcefully suppressed the seventh seal that was about to be broken. He relaxed his mind. In the next moment, crack! A crisp sound, like an eggshell breaking, filled the air with the smell of breaking the shackles and removing the seal. It was extremely mysterious. Not long after, Xiao Han's heart started to beat and heavenly music sounded. Strange phenomena, auspicious clouds, and heavenly flowers poured out from Xiao Han's heart. The seventh seal was completely broken. In an instant, mysterious chanting sounds could be heard everywhere. 10,000 Buddhist lights. Golden Buddha shadows were sitting cross-legged everywhere. Each of the golden Buddha phantoms was performing a strange hand seal. Strangely, under the influence of the Buddhist lights from the golden Buddha shadows, Xiao Han's entire body also underwent some changes. Xiao Han strangely felt that his spirit was actually becoming brighter and brighter. It was as if a knife was placed on a whetstone and continuously sharpened. It was as if he had developed a magical sixth sense. Rays of Buddhist light fused into Xiao Han's cerebral cortex. Suddenly, Xiao Han's spirit became sharp and penetrating, like the bright sun shining in the clear sky. His entire brain seemed to have turned into a blue sky with white clouds. It was clean, without any filth or shadow. The whole world was intoxicated with peach blossoms and endless fragrance. Suddenly, Xiao Han's spirit was brightened. Some of the subtle changes in his body, such as heartbeat, blood circulation, cell division and production, the contraction of pores, the change in body temperature, the movement of his organs, all of them were clearly reflected in Xiao Han's mind, as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. There was even a ball of blazing light that seeped out from Xiao Han's brain, forming a halo that covered Xiao Han's head. This was the spiritual halo that was emitted when one's spirit was raised to a certain level. Moreover, behind each golden Buddha's head, there was also a huge spiritual halo radiating from it, revealing an unparalleled spiritual power. It was too strange. It was too strange. Now, Xiao Han felt as if he was in the house of vigor with 100 times the sense of touch. Under the influence of the countless golden Buddha shadows, many of the impurities in Xiao Han's spirit seemed to be cleansed, causing his spirit to become spotless, round and flawless. I got it. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes opened, and they shone brightly. His pupils were like the reflection of swords and knives, and his face was filled with the light of enlightenment. The remnant page that the sect leader gave me is a very small part of this technique. This technique is not some purification secret technique. The so-called purification is merely the tip of the iceberg of this technique. Now, the remnant page has triggered a seal, causing this technique to be completely restored. Just like when I restored the indestructible golden body, Son of Heaven's divine fist. Destroying sky and earth mental technique. A technique that specializes in cultivating spirit power. To be continued. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.